Awesome. Yep. Guys ready? Good evening. No, you have to hold it right. There it is. Good evening and welcome to the April 10th, 2025 work session for the Suffolk City School Board. First thing we have on deck for this evening for our work session is a conversation, I'll say, a discussion with Cherry Beckert auditors that have conducted our audit and the city's audit for years now. And we have Laura Harden here. And I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Gordon so he can facilitate this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call Ms. Harden to the podium. I know that Ms. Forsman has provided some background to Ms. Harden. We also had forwarded to Ms. Harden and Cherry Beckert the questions that board members had presented through the Finance Committee. I know that Ms. Harden is going to give an overview of the audit itself, as well as be able to address some of those questions. And Ms. Forsman has also had the conversation with Ms. Harden to open it up to questions at the end. So, Ms. Forsman, I'll turn it over to either you or Ms. Harden, whoever wants to speak first.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, board members and Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon. Again, this is Laura Harden. She's part of the Cherry Beckert Law Firm. She's part of our audit. She helps plan and execute the audit every year, and she's going to give you an overview of what they do and then answer questions you may have.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight to discuss the audit. First, I'll mention that the audit of the Suffolk Public Schools is included in the City of Suffolk's annual comprehensive financial report. There is not a separately issued audit opinion for Suffolk schools as there's not a separate financial statement. So we do perform our audit under generally accepted auditing standards that are issued by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. They have a list of all the rules that we should be following to be compliant in our audit procedures. We do obtain what's called a peer review. That's something that our firm goes through every 3 years to ensure that what happens is a outside external audit firm comes to review our test work. Similar to what we do, they select a sample of our audit engagements, and they are required to select a sample of our government audit engagements to ensure that we are performing our audits under the generally accepted auditing standards. So under an audit, we perform what's called a risk-based audit. So we do planning procedures to determine what are the risks surrounding the entity that we're auditing. So we don't perform what's any kind of a cookie cutter audit. No audit is exactly the same because every entity operates a little bit differently. The internal control structures are different. So the first thing that we do is we gain an understanding of the internal controls of the organization. We gain an understanding of the entity. As was mentioned, we have audited Suffolk and Suffolk Public Schools for multiple years. So we update those procedures every year. We read board minutes. We do what's called a risk assessment to determine what accounts are more riskier that we need to pay particular attention to. We gain an understanding of internal controls. We walk through them. If we need to do what's called a test of controls to help us reduce our substantive sampling, then we will do that. We do perform test of controls over both payroll and disbursements. We select a sample based on sampling forms to test the specific controls of Suffolk Public Schools. We also perform an audit under the Virginia Auditor of Public Accounts specifications for audits of city, counties, and towns, and they issue a specification every single year that lists out what each locality should be complying with, and there are specific requirements for education. Those include things like we perform a VRS examination, ensuring that employees who are eligible are participating in VRS. We test the data that has been submitted to VRS. We test newly enrolled employees, the reporting. We also are required to test procurement to ensure that the schools is compliant with the procurement guidelines issued by the state. We perform reviews of the conflict of interest forms that each of you are required to submit by February 1st. We look at the annual school report that the schools are required to submit to the Auditor of Public Accounts and reconcile that back to what we audit. And then we also look at the state funding that's received. The state issues what's called a cardinal report, and we reconcile that back to what is reported in the school's financial statements. We also do what's called a single audit. That's the audit of the federal expenditures. Current guidelines is that if a locality or any entity expends over $750,000 of federal funding, a single audit is required. Similar to the audit, this is something that's risk-based. We do what's called a major program determination and have to audit either 20 or 40% of the federal expenditures of the locality to ensure that they are complying with the requirements for their federal funds. For the schools last year, we audited, as part of our single audit, both special education and the Education Stabilization Fund. After we do all that, we typically perform those procedures in the summertime. We also will look at journal entries. There's an inherent risk in audits of potential for manipulation of journal entries. So we do gain the entire manual journal entries that are recorded, and we look to ensure that we don't test all of them. We look for things that we consider to be risky or non-standard journal entries. So we do an analysis of the entries that are made to determine what we think are riskier entries, things like corrections. If we see any words like error, potentially anything that says fraud, things that don't really have any descriptions, significant debits to revenue, things that occur that are off cycle, we select those and test them to ensure that they've been properly improved, that they have supporting documentation, and that they seem legitimate to us. So when we're performing our audit, we don't just take anybody's word for it. We are required to corroborate with outside evidence the information that's being provided to us. So we also will perform what we call our substantive procedures, so auditing the things that we determined in our risk assessment that are riskier. So things like the different sources of revenue will confirm that the amounts received from the city agree back to what the city is saying that they provided to the schools. We look at different expenditures, look at receivables, those sorts of things. And that's kind of, in a nutshell, how the audit goes. But I will say, we're not out looking specifically for fraud. We do make fraud inquiries of individuals within the organization. We typically talk to somebody on the board. We will talk to people in finance. We talk to people in charge of the different single audit programs that we're testing. If we do happen to find any fraud, we are required to report that to those charged with governance. We're also required to report if we find any non-compliance with laws or regulations, or any fraud, waste, or any other fraud, waste, or abuse. We haven't identified anything during our audit, but we are sampling items. We can't test 100% of the transactions. Otherwise, we'd have to be here all year, and it would be a very hefty fee. And that's just not what a external audit is designed to do. We're not out searching for fraud, but if we identify it, we are required to perform procedures. We get our risk directors involved in those if we were to identify anything, to make sure that we are checking all of our boxes and appropriately designing procedures to mitigate the risks for our audit. But I am happy to answer any questions that you might all have.
First of all, Ms. Harden, thank you for kind of giving some reinforcement to an overview that Ms. Forsman and Mr. Carr actually provided to the Finance Committee, as well as they provided it to the full board. In your review of Suffolk Public Schools, or Cherry Becker's review of Suffolk Public Schools in the last X number of years, has there been anything that you guys have discovered that has been concerning that could potentially lead to additional levels of audit or investigation?
Have not identified anything. Everyone within both the city and the schools is very forthcoming in providing us information. When we do have questions, we are required to maintain a level of professional skepticism, meaning that we can't just take somebody's word for it. So we do need to make sure that we're corroborating information and maintaining that skepticism throughout our audit process.
As you guys are doing your audit process, approximately how long does it take for Cherry Becker before when it gets to report back from the city and the city of Suffolk? About how long does it take for your entire process from beginning to end?
Sure. So we typically start our procedures in the May-June timeframe. That's when we're doing all those planning procedures that I mentioned. We start some of our testing of the single audit programs as well as the state compliance. So we're performing those throughout the summertime. Then in the fall, we start what's called the substantive testing after the schools has completed their annual school report to the APA, because those, like I mentioned, those numbers need to reconcile what they're reporting. So they want to make sure that they're providing us accurate information. So we're testing that information September, October, and finishing up our reporting in November. So it's a very long process, and we talk to a lot of different individuals within the entire organization, not just finance. We're talking to people who are in other departments as needed for our testing.
Thank you so much for that information. I believe there are some other questions that individual board members have, so I'm going to open the floor for that now and just ask if you have a question, just raise your hand or indicate something so I can acknowledge you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in the process that you do, it's not just for the school system. It's joined into the process with the city as well. So these are one audit that is being done for all the money that is in both of those entities, correct?
Correct, but because it is a governmental entity, we have what's called multiple opinion units, and each opinion unit gets evaluated a little. Each reported opinion unit has to be evaluated separately. We have separate materiality levels based on the opinion unit that we're reporting on. So each major fund of the city has its own separate calculated materiality, meaning what would be important to the users of the financial statements. The school division is reported as a discretely presented component unit, so we look at the discretely presented component units and test based on that materiality. But I will mention materiality is not just a quantitative number, it is also qualitative. So if we determine that there's something we think that is important to the users of the financial statements, so the citizens within Suffolk, the board, we do lower our materiality or just look at something because we think it is non-standard.
So you, in your presentation, said that you guys do not go out of your way to look for fraud, but if it shows itself, that would be something that you would go.
Yes, an audit is not designed to search for fraud. That's not the purpose of an audit. The purpose of an audit is to determine that the financial statements are not materially misstated to the users. But we do make what we call fraud inquiries. That's required under the auditing standards. But yes, if we find anything, whether through those inquiries or through any of our testing, we are required to report it under Yellow Book standards to those charged with governance.
So basically, the audit that you do is a sampling of what the processes, the financial processes that are happening. You don't necessarily go into everything. You just kind of pull and sample randomly things to make sure that those things are functioning correctly.
Correct. Yeah, we cannot test 100% of the information. Now, say we did find an error as a part of our testing. We would then determine whether there's any kind of material weakness, significant deficiency, other control deficiency within the organization. We also might expand our testing if we think that it's just an isolated incident.
So looking at what you do, you wouldn't necessarily be looking in there to see if there was specific discrepancies happening or patterns of unexplained revenue or potentially cash theft situations or unrecorded or off-the-book transactions. Those types of things, you wouldn't necessarily be looking for anything like that because you have a sampling process you go through and you just look at what's in there.
Well, it's not
and as long as
just-
those check out, then
I guess sampling, it's not just sampling because when we're testing detailed transactions, yes, that's sampling. But we also look at things analytically. We'll perform predictive analytics over accounts. We reconcile information, like for the property, plant, and equipment, or capital assets, we will reconcile that back to the records. We perform analytical inquiries where we're looking for things that are non-standard to, not within the expectations that we have. So if there are significant fluctuations in a specific line item of revenue, we're going to inquire about those, ask for that corroborating documentation. But, no, we're not specifically going out and testing those items. We do get the bank statements and bank reconciliations and agree those, but we're not scanning through bank statements throughout the entire year. But I don't know that we would necessarily be able to find that as a part of our audit process.
No other questions from you, Board Member Brittingham? Okay. Anyone else? Board Member Slingla?
Hi, thank you for coming tonight, answering some questions. So I'm curious, so this process is, as my colleague has stated, is more of a processes audit, so to speak.
It's not a processes audit. It is an audit of the financial statement information.
Right.
So we get the financial statements, and then we do our risk assessment procedures based on our knowledge of the organization, our knowledge of local governments, determine what accounts or what line items we consider to be more risky. And then we tailor our testing of those riskier audit areas.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'm guessing we've been discussing, as you know, the possibility of doing what has been termed a deeper dive audit for the school system monies. And not because we have suspected or have any idea that anything might be going on necessarily, but because a lot of the feedback in the community that has, for the last several years with multiple of us, that has come forth with just a distrust on a whole with city funds, with school board, with school funds and everything like that. So do you all perform audits that are more detailed in actual purchases and look at them? Do you do that? How often do you do that? And does it have to be necessitated, a precursor of suspicion of some sort of fraud, or can it be just an audit that someone wants to say, hey, we just want to make sure everybody's in line and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do and all of our processes and checks and balances are being looked at, and we want to affirm and assure our investors that we are doing what's prudent and wise with the monies?
So I'll say we perform lots of different types of procedures. So what we're doing is a financial statement audit. We can perform agreed upon procedures engagements. So that would be something where a client has come to us and told us, we would like you to look at these specific things. We want you to test X number of transactions of these things. We also have consultants within our firm who will come in and look at internal control structures, provide recommendations based on a deeper dive review of the internal controls. We do perform forensic audits. It just kind of, we can perform a lot of different types of test work, but it would be something that's outside of the scope of what we're doing, the financial statement audit.
And I have one other thing that's right on the top of my head. You mentioned peer review, where you have someone come in and double check your own work, which I think is great. And I know that a couple weeks ago when we had our meeting, Ms. Forsman and her team spoke of the processes and the checks and balances for our purchases and everything that go through the system. One of the questions that I asked at that meeting was who approves school board purchases and who approves the superintendent's purchases and who approves our CFO, Ms. Forsman's purchases. And one of the things that came out of that is that our clerk, who is one of our employees, approves our purchases for the board. And Ms. Forsman approves Dr. Gordon's purchases, Dr. Gordon approves her purchases. My question for you is this a standard way of doing it? Is this a best practices from your professional opinion? Is this a best practices to have that be the checks and balances internally?
I mean, in my opinion, I think that does make sense. The person who's making the purchase should not be approving their own purchase, so somebody else in the organization should be reviewing and ensuring that those purchases are approved.
And if it's an employee approving an employer's, if you will, purchases, and vice versa, I mean, that's okay? Okay. That's all I have right at the second. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair McGee?
Hey, good evening, Ms. Harding. Sean McGee, I'm the vice chair. So, hey, I'm new to the board, was just elected this past November. One of the things that I learned when I was running for my seat was there is grave concern in our community of our spending and where tax dollars are going. So, hearing what you're saying and what we're doing, it sounds like we have a basic, I don't want to say a basic, but you call it a risk-based audit taking place. So you understand the board here, we're responsible for our budget. We have control over the budget.
And I guess I should have mentioned, one of our procedures for state compliance is ensuring that the school division hasn't overexpended on their budget. So we do procedures to ensure that those amounts haven't been overexpended.
So with given your experience and what you guys offer, what type of audit could we as a board, if we decided to, hey, we want to provide something a little deeper for our citizens to show accountability and transparency, what would you recommend?
I think we'd want to know exactly what you're looking for, and really if it is an audit or it's some other type of engagement. I think if you could get that information together, then we could regroup with probably a member of our advisory team, and see what really is going to make the most sense for what you all want.
Dr. Gordon stated he submitted the questions to you. Did you have a chance to go through each of those questions and see that type of scope?
I did look over them.
To what we're currently doing?
I looked over the first set of questions that I received. So I think it would, some of them are, easier to understand, but, as far as if you wanted somebody to come in and test transactions, we'd need to know if you're looking for 100% of the transactions, or you want a certain amount of transactions tested.
Can I clarify? I'm going to jump in here. The questions you just got a hard copy of are specific to Board Member Brittingham. The one that I think Vice Chair McGee is referencing are the set that you got in the email that the board collectively submitted. So I don't necessarily expect you to answer on the fly, all of that was just submitted to you. I think he's
Correct.
referring to what you've gotten in advance of this meeting, and if it gives you like a general sense of what the mission is here in this discussion.
Yes, I get what you're looking for. I was asked to come in and provide an overview of the audit process. So we don't cover every single one of these things in our financial statement audit, because they're not what we have determined to be risky for financial statement manipulation, material misstatement within the financial statements.
But would that offer our citizens more trust in what we're doing as a board, to show them, hey, this is your tax dollars, and we want to show you, we're going to go above and beyond? Would that be a good thing for Suffolk citizens?
I think that's up to you guys as the board to determine whether or not you think that they need something above and beyond what is the required audit process. If you have concerns, your citizens have concerns, then, I mean, it doesn't hurt to do it, but you might want to nail down exactly the level of testing that you want.
Now, with your experience, are there examples where your firm has conducted deeper dive audits to help companies improve practices, not for fraud per se, but
Yeah, they're not necessarily always an audit. Sometimes they are structured differently than an audit. They are an internal control review. It's structured as a consulting engagement where they set up, here's the things we want you to look at, and then you get recommendations or results. We also perform, as I mentioned, agreed upon procedures. So we get a very specific set of here's what we want to have done, and then we just report exactly the results of our procedure. So if you said, as far as the first one, staff roster reconciliation, compare payroll records to active employee list, we would do that, and then we would report, we did not identify any records that did not have an active employee. That would be how it would go in an agreed upon procedure. It's just exactly what we found as a result of our procedures. If we do a consulting type engagement, it can be a little more fluid. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
it does. I think what would really be helpful is if you could, not tonight, but provide, answers to those questions on a comparison on what we're already doing and what we're not doing. That way the board can have that information to see what type of scope we might want to focus this to.
I mean, what we're already doing as far as what we're doing in the financial audit?
Yes, ma'am. Versus what was submitted to you.
Okay. I mean, I would say we don't go into quite this level of detail for each item. So as I mentioned, we look at payroll transactions. So we're selecting a sample based on how we want our control risk to be determined. So if we have a low control risk over certain assertion levels, we're testing 40 employees. And then we're looking at the controls. So specifically, I can tell you, we're looking to make sure that their pay rate agrees to their personnel file. They have evidence of pay grade approval. I think that was a question that you all had, that it gets posted to the correct account because there are multiple funds and different accounts, that their time, if it's a part-time employee, that they have a timesheet approval and that the hours paid that they were paid for agrees to that timesheet. When we look at disbursements controls, we're looking to make sure that those were properly approved, agreed to supporting documentation, and that they're coded to the correct account. And if it is a item that has to be procured, that it went through the proper procurement process.
Okay. Since you're here, can you speak to what a forensic audit is?
I'm trying. I don't do forensic audits, but it would be, something where you're looking. I guess it is a very deep dive into transactions and looking for misstatements specifically.
Would you agree that a forensic audit doesn't necessarily imply wrongdoing, but can also be used to identify inefficiencies? Weak internal controls, outdated processes?
I would say if you're looking for something I wouldn't say a forensic audit is designed to look for internal control improvements. I would think that would be something more of a consulting engagement where you have a firm come in and look at the internal control structure and make recommendations based on their thorough review of the policies and procedures that are in place. I don't think that you're going to get that in a forensic audit. I think you'd get that more so in a consulting type engagement. If the goal is to have a recommendation on how to strengthen controls within Suffolk Public Schools.
I'm going to jump in while he's gathering his thoughts. And Board Member Riddick just arrived. He's our Finance Committee Chair. So I also want to make sure he has an opportunity to speak because he's the one that collected all those questions that were sent your way. But very quick, I think to facilitate where this discussion is going, from my vantage point, having been on the board for 3 years, the word forensic audit has been a buzzword for those 3 years, and I'm not sure that everyone that's used that word, and I'm not saying on this dais, I'm saying in the community, understands what that is. I think that in the community, there is a genuine suspicion of the city and the school system that things aren't being spent the way they believe that they should. There are assumptions or insinuations of fraud, but I think overall, the general opinion is that the city and SPS could be more prudent with their funds. And so their response to that was to call for a forensic audit. But I'm not sure that that's even like what our goal here is in dialoguing with you, but I don't even know that we know what our goal is in this, to say that you need specific information from us. I'm not sure that we even know. I can give you an example. In my community, the most feedback I got in my early years on the board were about the purchase cards. Too many people have them. They use them too freely. Who's accountable for approving all these purchases? Why do they get to use them whenever they want? Why do so many people have them? Those were the sorts of questions asked. And so those same people asking them were saying you need to do a forensic audit. So
Yeah, and I will say, that doesn't sound like a forensic audit to me. That seems like more of a review of your control structure and making recommendations based on best practices and what you can do to tighten up controls within the organization.
thank you. So that's why I kind of wanted to give you a context of what is driving some of this discussion here. There is the population that there's general mistrust that are, just generally don't think we're making prudent decisions. And then there's this much smaller population that are making accusations of fraud. And so the solution to silence this mistrust and just collectively move forward is what we're looking for. But if we don't have your background, we don't even know how to ask what we're looking for.
Correct. And so maybe what you would end up looking for is a review, an engagement where we look at your internal control structure based on the areas you would like us to focus on, and we make recommendations. But then if you have some more specific goals, that might be where we do some kind of an agreed upon procedures where you say, we want X number of transactions looked at of this particular type to verify X, Y, and Z within them. That might get to your end goal of what you're looking for.
Okay, I just have one more question. I'm going to let Vice Chair McGee finish and then give the floor to Mr. Riddick. Can you give us the general idea of a cost for the internal control thing you just talked?
I don't think I can at this point, because
Okay,
I think we
I
need to
understand.
know how deep you'd want to go, and I'd also have to get with the individuals
I
who would
understand.
be
I think
performing
that's a
those
factor for
procedures.
all of us spending,
Yeah.
in the attempt to be, prudent with our funds, to be prudent in how we analyze them as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you would like, after, your discussions, if that's something you decide you'd like to move forward with and could come up with kind of the top areas you'd like looked at, I can get with our team and provide some estimates just based on that. And then they can do a deeper dive, depending on if you want to move forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think we all need to get our own ducks in a row and figure that out before we can direct anybody else. Vice Chair McGee?
Madam Chair, I want to go to what we were just speaking of there. We were directed by our chairman, Mr. Riddick, Finance Chair, to give the scope of what we wanted. And those were the questions provided tonight. But it seems like Ms. Harding doesn't have the answers for our questions on the scope that was provided. Because my questions were my ducks in a row for what I'm looking for to, to have. And I think to have an appropriate conversation, and this is not disrespect to you, ma'am, we need someone here who has knowledge on a forensic audit that can speak to that. That's going to make me feel good. And the reason why I want it, because if it's not feasible and it's not good for the citizens, I'm going to stand here and argue against it as well. If it doesn't make sense, we don't need to have it. So I want as much evidence as we can have, please present it to us as a board so we can make a great decision for our citizens and decide if this is what we want to do as a board. But we need this information, you know?
So you're saying specifically the pages of questions that we all submitted to Mr. Riddick, you would like those answered?
Absolutely.
In writing, we have another discussion as a board and then go from there.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Riddick, is it you done? Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize first for my tardiness. I had a unforeseen meeting at my place of employment regarding matters concerning students that demanded my immediate attention. We requested, the Finance Committee requested that Cherry Becker come before the board so the board can actually understand exactly what it is we pay for when we use the word audit. How does the process actually work? So that way the questions are able to be asked. On my way here, I was able to listen to it. And I want to remind the board that if you're concerned about who has authorization to spend on behalf of the board, you have the authority to propose that in the form of a policy. And to my knowledge, no policy has been submitted. If you're concerned about how we do business, you are the board of directors. You can steer how we do our governance business through policy. Where I am, and I'm going to be very straightforward because I don't have time for ambiguity in my conversation thread. I would like for us, Madam Chair, to have a town hall where any citizen who has a concern can come and voice their concerns. Because what happens is we can talk to 10 people and say the citizens are concerned. We have 100,000 people in the city of Suffolk. 10 people is not even 1%. We're talking about something that could cost well over $300,000. Let's call it for what it is. When this forensic audit term came out in the beginning, not from the ones that's on the board now, you got to search yourself, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But when it came up from a place of witch hunting and hate. That's where it came from. This before any of you all came to the board, but that's where it came from. There was rumors after rumors. I even had people put stacks of information in my hand of what they thought was improper operations. There was an audit. I turned over my only copy over to the people. They did their investigation, and what was alleged was just simply not true. When I was chair, we brought the auditors before us again in 2023 to allow anyone to ask whatever questions they had. Because if you're not in the world of finance, you don't understand what's going on. And you can be opening a Pandora's box, not that you're opening because something is wrong, but you can be opening up grounds where people don't really feel comfortable dealing with you anymore. And where I am at it is I'm tired of it. I want it over with. So that's why, me personally, I don't care. If the audit is here and it's a valid concern from the citizens, then let's do it. Because I'm tired of it, let's go ahead and get it out the way so I don't have to hear it anymore. Because we have other things that are very important that we need to address. Especially if we listened to the meeting last night. We don't have, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say what I wanna say. We don't have pots of money just sitting there. And when you listen to the presentation that was presented at last meeting by Ms. Forsman and her team, the way our audit process goes is several different layers of checks and balances that it's going through. So if there's any type of misappropriation, it got to be a heck of a team to pull that off. You got to have the banks involved. You got to have the treasurer's office involved, because there's so many different moving components that you don't know what they're going to ask for until they ask for it. And you don't control the other books. We don't house our own money. The treasurer's office does that. And then they check to make sure we reconcile monthly. So it's a lot of eyes looking on it. Where we got to be at is, what is our why? And what is our motives, and who's holding your ladder? Because as we get into this conversation and you listen to the verbiage, I see why some people do take it offensively. Because you are literally saying that I'm not being a good steward over my work. As a board, it is our responsibility to call Dr. Gordon or anyone in his office but through Dr. Gordon to justify year-end spending and everything. This falls on us. This board, well, the Suffolk City School Board, made the decision to do things with purchasing authority and all the other stuff. This was not something that was a hostile action by staff. Staff may have asked for it, but it was the board that decided to give it to them. If we have issues with the process, don't waste $300,000 to fix something that you can do it with a vote. I agree with Chair Howe. What is it we really want? And are you going to be satisfied when you get it? Because in 2023, we answered the questions that was asked. When Cherry Becker came then, the board, all 7 members were completely silent. 2 years later, we're mobilized again. So where I am now is, if the citizens want the audit, Madam Chair, and we can afford to do so without taking away from education, let's go and get it out the way. But when we have our budget hearing, and I'm gonna be quiet, I know I'm late and I can talk tonight, but when we have our budget hearing and when we have public comments, these are times where citizens are encouraged to come and state their piece as it relates to the process and how we do business. We're not gonna please all 100,000 Suffolkians. But I can say, I'm in the streets in pretty much every borough, and I only had this come up once. And if anybody's wondering what is changing in Riddick's mind, no, Riddick's mind has not changed. I've always said, we don't have anything to hide. Open up the books, and the chips fall where they fall. Because I'm tired of it. But I'm gonna ask you this question. Let's have can we have a town hall to encourage all of these citizens who have concerns to come out and voice their concerns? And we can do it before the board meeting. As a matter of fact, let's, just get it out the way. Come, voice your concerns. Then, can we have the board members have already sent over what they're looking for. Can Dr. Gordon's staff craft this into an RFP of what it would potentially look like? Present it back to the board decide, hey, if this is the way we want to move, and let's be realistically, it's not in this current year or the next year operating budget. So what are we going to move to make it happen? We're facing almost a $9 million budget cut if we don't sign a document by tomorrow. So where are we going to pull this money from? And those are my points, Madam Chair. I'm sorry for being lengthy. It's just that I want this situation to be over because we have some more vital business that we need to handle, such as $9.5 million in funds that we may lose if we don't sign the president's threat letter by tomorrow. We run the risk of not being able to house a lot of programs in violating a DOJ order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of follow-up questions. One being, I think what Vice Chair McGee is saying is part of what he needs to make that decision before, after, or during a town hall or whatever, is the information that he sent to you he asked for. Those 35 questions that he submitted. So is it possible to have those questions answered, not tonight, not standing here before
No,
us?
I understand that. I guess they don't really read as questions.
Pardon?
They don't really read as a question.
Okay,
So,
I understand.
Like, they're more just bullet points.
Right, I understand.
So
Let me help
Go
her
ahead.
out just a
Okay.
little bit. So they don't read his questions. And the other thing that, and I'm not trying to talk over you, but there isn't a period of when you would want this for. So in a scope, and any kind of RFP that you do, you have to give, especially this kind, one, you're doing a professional service, so we have to know that professional service, exactly what you want. Do you want it as an hourly rate? Do you want it as a total? How do you want them to look at this stuff? You also have to give parameters. What dates am I looking for? Am I going back 2 years? Am I going back 1 year? Am I going to look at next year? And you have to have an idea of when you want that work done, so a timeline of when you would like the work done, because this audit firm does a lot of government audits, and so they would have to determine, do they have the staff to do it during the time frame that you want it done? So all of those have to be in the RFP before you can ever go out and ask firms to tell you what they want. This, and I'm sorry, this is my fault, because I took these 35 items as these were things you wanted to see, did the audit do those things, and not a scope of work for an RFP. I did not see it as a scope of work.
Okay, understood on that point. Before I move on to my next point, does anybody have any follow-up to that?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
We were given a direction to list out the scope of the audit for the RFP. The reason why I'm asking for someone to be able to answer questions regarding the forensic audit, it's just like I've said publicly and I've said to Dr. Gordon. If it's not justified, I will not support it. If we're already doing things that a forensic audit or a deeper dive audit, whatever you want to use, if we're already doing that, we can show our citizens, hey, this is what we're doing, we're good to go. I'm good for having a town hall, but we all know we have meetings twice a month now. A lot of citizens have concerns. They barely come to our meetings to speak. So hopefully it will be fruitful. I'll be there. I encourage it. But we just had a budget meeting and no one really showed up from the public to speak on that. But I just, as a board who we have control of the budget, how can we proactively show the citizens of Suffolk, hey, this is the standard, but we're gonna go above and beyond. And that's what I think at the end of the day, that's the goal. It doesn't have to be a forensic audit. It could be internal controls, another type of scope, but we have to, I guess, take those bullets or whatever you want that we submitted and write them in the form of a RFP to have the experts say, hey, yes, we can do this. This is what we recommend. If it's not a forensic, all right, well, what do you want? What do you think would suffice this? What can we do to go above and beyond for our citizens? And I would suggest for the RFP, at least go back to last year. Give us an option for 2 years, That way we as a board can decide how far back we want to go based off the price that comes back in their quotes.
Now, let
But
me just
I
give you-
just want, I want to make it clear, again, there are citizens that do have concern. This was a talking point of mine during my campaign, and I knocked hundreds of doors, and this came up every time. I brought it up, other citizens brought it up, and they agreed that this would be a great way to show transparency. And it has nothing to do with the folks that have oversight on our budget. This is for the people who fund us, our taxpayers. We just had a joint meeting last night. Assessments went back up again this year. I'm feeling it. You guys are feeling it, right? Every time we get our assessments in the mail, you go to social media, you hear citizens complaining. So why not do what we can and show them what we control, what we have control over? Hey, this is what we're doing to show trust. It has nothing to do with our CFO. I think, Wendy, I think you're an outstanding person. You know, I have nothing bad to say about you. I think you're an expert in your field, and I'm honored to have you working with us. Same for you, Ty. But what we have to do as leaders, we can't take these things personal and let our egos get in the way when we're doing it with pure hearts for our citizens. Now, there might have been people, like Mr. Riddick said, in the past that had evil intentions. I can tell you, Sean McGee, no, it's not. It's all about transparency. And with that being said, I'm going to go into this. I'm on the board for 4 years. And as a leader, to help pay for this, if we can do this, Attorney Waller, I have yet to take a paycheck from this position. They're sitting at home in a pile. I will waive my salary for 4 years and put $50,000 towards this. That's how convinced I am that I want to do this for our citizens. I took this job not looking for a paycheck. I did it because I want to see change and I want to do things better for our city. So that takes out any personal issues or anything like that. I'm not doing this for anything outside of, hey, let's try to make things better for our community. And I asked you, Attorney Waller, can you look into that? Can I waive my salary for 4 years and use it towards the audit?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. McGee. So a couple of things to clarify what Ms. Forsman and Ms. Harden said. So when the information that Mr. Riddick collected for the Finance Committee was sent to Cherry Beckert, I do want the public to understand that it was everything. It was internal controls, it was audit, it was verification of payroll, verification of who's driving our cars, verification of who has P cards, if cars are being used for personal use. And so that's more than just an audit, which is, I think, is part of the reason, and I don't want to speak for you, Ms. Harden, but that you mentioned that. When Ms. Forsman had sent the questions to Ms. Harden, it was to give her an idea of what the talking points were going to be. We don't know, Mr. McGee, Ms. Howe, the rest of the board members, we don't know if there's going to be a cost for Cherry Beckert to even answer all of those questions. So that's something else that we got to, to be honest and take a look at. When it comes to a scope of work, when it comes to any financial process, this is a topic that came up in the Finance Committee meeting that I believe that Mr. Riddick said. The city of Suffolk potentially would have some involvement in this. Now, if we're going to do this on a separate arm, then we have to be able to address that. Ms. Forsman, when we pay for an audit every year, what is the cost for the risk-based audit we do at this time?
It's about $75,000 to do all funds and the school activity funds.
So we're talking about $75,000 for basically level one. And I think that's the reason why Mr. Riddick mentioned a figure of potentially $300K because of the scope. Because of the scope, and I think that's actually what Ms. Howell was getting to. So, I appreciate what Mr. McGee is saying, that this isn't personal and that, this is being talked about in the community. We know who's talking about this in the community. We know who's feeding people information. You can check our FOIA request to confirm it. But at the same time, we have to understand the timing of it all. Thank you so much, Ms. Hart. That's why I asked you that question about when you start, May, June, and then you end in November. So we're talking about 6 months for a risk-based audit. 6 months.
One of them, because we also have the federal audits that come through that we're under now, 2 right now, as well as the USDA audit. So those happen at different times of the year than the external audit happens.
Appreciate that, Ms. Forza, because I think that's part of the reason why the board had asked you all to come forward previously to be able to provide the different types of audits that already occur. Why Mr. Riddick, when he was chair in 2023, when we had Cherry Beckert here, why the school division has had perfect audits. Because when you are doing sampling and you're checking the process is the key. If something was wrong, the process would point that out. And then, as Ms. Harden said, if an error was found, then they expand their search. That's literally how it works. So, I've been hearing this, of course, for 5.5 years. And Ms. Forsman, I believe we've had perfect audits for 9, 10?
No comment audits, 9 or 10 years, yes, sir.
No comment audits for 9 or 10 years. So I'm trying to figure out why, if we actually has less comments in our audits during that time frame than the city, but we're only talking about the school division. You know, and it just blows my mind that we're to this point. But, you know, I will always do, of course, what the board requests. We have to be very specific and careful when it comes to this RFP if the board decides to go that route. Because you're going to be able to have so many firms that will put in for it, and then we have to take a look at the audit side versus the control side, because the questions that were posed was all of it. And that's something that I'm sure not only will take a long period of time, but will also cost a lot of money. A lot of money. So I'm glad to hear, Mr. McGee, what you're saying, that if it's not worth it. Now, it would be different, ladies and gentlemen, if our processes had created issues. If you couldn't see the fruits of our labor or the purchases, which is detailed in bills and payroll, if you couldn't understand when you see the infrastructure improvements that we've done in the school division, raising salaries, whatever, it would be different if there wasn't evidence of that. And that's the part that I do take personal. I'm sorry. Because we always try to put things out there for people to see. And you know, the conversation that Mr. McGee just said, he and I have had several times. It's nothing new. I've had conversations with Mr. Riddick about it, Ms. Howell, Ms. Jenkins, you know, right down the line. But then once we get the audit back, we're supposed to celebrate that. We're supposed to celebrate the fact that what Ms. Forsman's team has put together works. And I'm not saying that everything that has always happened has been 100% the right way. But when it does go wrong, to see this budget and finance team in action, the corrective plan is put in place, if there's documentation that's needed, and then to make sure that documentation is included so that when Sherry Becker comes in, they see that we addressed it. That's the part that gets me, because we are actually addressing anytime there's an issue. So depending on what the board wants to do when we move forward, I don't have a problem, Ms. Harden, if we can take the questions that came through from the Finance Committee, the additional questions that Dr. Brittingham gave you tonight, the questions that Mr. McGee had presented. I don't have a problem if you all let us know what the cost is in order to be able to get those answered, a timeline potentially to answer some of those. And the one thing I would ask is that on some of those questions, if you can kind of earmark what you guys already do that covers that, because that's about 50% of them from what I saw, okay? And then that way, the board will be able to make the informed decision that they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Riddick?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to just remind the board as well. In an email that I sent out on March 12th, 2025 at 12:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it reads, "Greetings, colleagues. At the Finance Committee meeting on March 10th, 2025, the committee discussed a potential scope of work for conducting a deeper dive into the financial audit of Suffolk Public Schools. It was determined that all board members should have an opportunity to provide input on what an expanded audit should cover, including any specific areas of concern or focus. As the Finance Committee Chair, I'm reaching out to gather your feedback and ideas regarding items you would like to see included in this deep dive audit. Your input will help ensure that the audit is comprehensive and aligned with priorities and concerns of the board." Thank you for letting me borrow your computer. So that was sent out to all board members. But I also want to remind the board that we have to check and make sure we are guided in how we do this. And what I mean by that is the day-to-day side usually put out RFPs and procurement. The board is desiring to conduct our own audit. So we want to make sure and see if we have to follow the procurement process, making sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, making sure that we also have this expenditure lined up in our budget and where we would move those funds from to cover that, because this is a board action. This is not something that the day-to-day side is doing. So this is something that we have to look at how we appropriate our budget. Do we need to appropriate additional funds to cover this in our board governance umbrella side? This is a conversation that Dr. Gordon and we had this also at the finance meeting, that conversation at our March 10th finance meeting, that we want to make sure that we are fully aware of what we're stepping into. So that's why it's ideal that we get it all on the table, what we want to see. And if we want to change the process of how we're doing things, I like that the recommendation is maybe we, instead of an audit, maybe we need to have a consultation to see if our internal controls and processes, is that best for the division? Is there anything else someone would advise us to do differently that would address and alleviate some of the concerns we have versus doing a audit that may be more cost effective than an audit? But I want us to really be very careful and be mindful that looking at all that's before us, I don't foresee us doing this this fiscal year, because all of the weeds that are in it, you figure out where you're going to pull from. But it's not in this operating budget. It's not in the proposed operating budget. So I just want us to be transparent and not making idle promises about an audit when we don't know how we're going to, one, finance it, and what that process thoroughly looks like with the board doing it versus the mandate from the city and the state code that the city does, that we pay for, and they select an auditor. Because we was even reaching out, I did reach out to the treasurer's office to see to what extent us conducting the audit, how they would, what role they would play. Would they have to open their book? It's a lot of unknowns here. So especially with the scope from the responses that we gather. So I just want us to, be mindful of the process and what it may look like, so we're realistic with ourselves about a potential timeline.
Anyone have further questions for Ms. Harden before we continue? Any specific to what Cherry Beckert already does?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment.
Okay.
I just want to say I concur with Board Member Riddick said, and I know we said in the past people had witch hunts and stuff. Well, we're still right here, because what I've heard, especially during election time, people were calling names. We should audit it. We should audit Dr. Gordon. Why is he staying at this hotel? Why does he do? What does that have to do with anything? Even his staff. So these are the kind of things that's going around the city. Not, it's specific people, specific departments that 10 or 15 people who is really not even part of Suffolk Public Schools, don't have kids in Suffolk Public Schools, but it's rumors. Because the first thing they say, I heard this, or I heard that. And I'm like, but it's not factual. So this is what bothers me. We're going to the city begging for money. Now we know they have $100 million in their rainy day fund. But now we're talking about spending all this money because somebody said, I heard, and it's the same people every time. So if you want to do the audit, we see how that goes. But she just told us it's probably not even an audit that we need to do. If you want to do internal controls, Mrs. Forsman, your team, Dr. Gordon, your staff, 100%. You all are great. And I think it's a shame that, to me, they're picking on you. They're just trying to do something to pick on you. You have people here that won't even approve the budget. You know what I'm saying? They won't even approve the budget. But you want to do a deep dive audit. You're going to dig so deep, you're going to drown yourself. That's the bottom line, because I'm sick of it. I've been on the board just as long as you have, Mr. Riddick, and we've been going through this. Every time, it's like you're trying to catch something, and we've had these perfect audits. No comment, like you said. Believe me, they would love to put us on the news if we were doing something wrong. So, that's just my comment, and it's sad that we're still here at this same point. Because like I said, if it was just all broad, no, they're calling people names out specific that they don't like. Anything, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That's what it is, and it needs to stop. We're about the kids and making sure they have a good education. That's what we need to be focusing on, and that our teachers and staff get raises. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Does anyone else have specifically a question for Ms. Harden? So if not, I would like to be able to release her while we continue our dialogue. Do you have a question for Ms. Harden?
I do have a question.
Okay.
Ms. Harding, I thank you for being here. I'm new to the board, so if this question is out and left with field somewhere, it's okay to let me know that, okay? But I'm going to ask it because I keep thinking of it. Within the audit that you did, if there was any fraud, what is the percentage? What is the likelihood that you would have discovered it?
I mean, it's probably fairly unlikely unless something's going to jump out at us. It'd have to be a very material fraud, most likely, or we would have to just by chance stumble upon it. Or, sometimes when we do our fraud inquiries of random people within the organization, somebody might disclose something to us, and that's typically going to be how we find something. It's not super often that we will find anything while we're actually doing our procedures, because generally in an organization this size with the control structure, there'd have to be a lot of collusion ongoing, or a complete lack of controls. And if there were a lack of controls, we would identify that during that risk assessment process and walking through the procedures, and we would then have to issue what's called either, at that point, it'd probably be a material weakness in internal controls, and that would get reported in our audit opinion.
But that has never been the case here in Suffolk.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Harden? No. I have one suggestion, but I know you requested that they price out how much it would cost to do RFP for all those 35 bullet points.
Well, that's not to be an RFP, just if there's going to be an hourly rate.
Right,
to
okay,
answer.
sorry, misspoke. Would it be a little more efficient and more simple if you simply took those 35 and put yes or no next to them to let us know if what you already do already addresses that, and then we quickly get that, and we can facilitate a discussion rather than you guys having to go through, work up an hourly rate and a quote and all that stuff. If you can just simply tell us, yes, we do this, no, we don't, and then we can launch from there. Is that possible?
Yes, I can do that, and I can also talk with our advisory group and see what type of an engagement, if because there are things that we don't do in our procedures just based on my review of the questions. I can see what type of engagement they would actually recommend to be performed.
Okay,
I don't
I
think
would
it's gonna
suggest
be a
that rather
forensic
than
audit.
getting any quotes at this point, I think it would begin to
Correct. I'm not
suffice what
saying
our
to-
goal was here. Just
Yeah,
tell
I'm
us
not-
yes or no, we do this already, we don't do this.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any further, I don't think there's any further questions for you, so you are blessedly released as far as I'm concerned.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
because I see where the request could potentially go the wrong way. If the answer is yes, could you list where you do it at? Because when it's just a simple yes or no question, then I can already see how others will come back and where I don't see it. So I just want to beat this horse one time and be done. So if, I agree with you, Madam Chair, yes, we do this, we address this here. No, we don't. Next.
Is that feasible?
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
So what you're asking her to do is put yes, and then what audit paper would cover that?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you knew.
Is that feasible? Is that fairly
Yes, I can
simple?
tell you what tests we perform that would cover
Okay.
that step.
Thank you.
Because I don't, I'm trying to, simplify a little bit before we get in the weeds. So I think we're good. If you officially want to release Ms. Forsman and Ms. Harden. I just want to clarify a couple points and then we wrap that up. As far as a town hall, I'm not opposed to it. I've had several. There's low participation. There's usually the same people come, and I'm not opposed to that. My only concern is, as Vice Chair McGee pointed out, we had a public hearing on the budget, and nobody bothered. And so what the trend is that people don't complain until you are at their door or they've got your personal contact information. So we can talk about, maybe put it on the schedule for the May work session to discuss further a time to do a town hall, since we're obviously not rushing, since we don't have we don't have room for it anytime soon anyway. We can put that on the May work session if you'd like to discuss the details of a town hall further. I'm skeptical of who's going to bother, but if that's what we do is put ourselves out there and nobody bothers, so be it. As far as the RFP from Dr. Gordon's staff, can we wait on that until we get the answers, the yes or no, and you know, what she's going to get back to us?
I am in agreement with delaying the RFP until we get exactly back what is covered in the current audits that we do and find out what is the board wishes after it is made known what's being done, because I'm certain there are going to be some areas that may not be sufficient in response. But as it relates to the town hall, I do concur we can push that out. But I want to reiterate, despite people not showing or not, we don't want to withhold that opportunity to allow citizens to come before the full board. Because it has been my experience that there are some people who are like chameleons. When they are in the presence of one board member, they have this storyline of thinking and questioning. And then when they're in the presence of another who may have a different viewpoint, they have another storyline. And sometimes it's board members who are leading the feeling. And that could be led based off of their lack of understanding of what the processes are. I will say this, I've been sitting up here, I think it's how long, about 6 years or so now. If people had a issue or concerns with anything we do, they don't mind coming to let us know. They don't. When COVID was happening and people didn't want to wear a mask, they cussed us out the entire time, but they sat in a room with a gas chamber mask on, a trash bag, other homemade remedies, and let us know how they feel. So if they have concerns, and it is very valid that they will, be adamant about an audit, I don't think that the majority would have an issue to come before. I just ask that if we're going to do it, let's have it at a time that is feasible, not 5 o'clock, because people are still commuting from work. That if we're going to do it, let's do it at a time where it's more advantageous, like 7 o'clock, 7:30, and give them an opportunity. And if they don't take the opportunity, no one can say the board was not present to hear from them. And
Okay.
even give a virtual electronic option where they can submit, hey, just like we do ask a budget question and people ask the budget questions. It's just making sure that we are readily available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem, understood. My suggestion is that we put on the work session, May 7th, maybe continue this discussion about what pieces need to be put in place, as you talked about the other loose ends. What are we going to require of the city legally? How are we going to have to be responsible for the finances behind it? And hopefully by then, we have those yes or no questions answered. So my suggestion would be we put this on the work session for May 7th, and then for the business meeting, we can have an action item to pick a date for a town hall. So with that said, are we all set? We're good with this, done with this conversation? Okay.
Madam Chair, Mayor.
Oh, excuse me. Yes. Go ahead.
I just want to encourage the board, another way to engage with the community, real easy, and you can speak to a lot of people, social media. We all have the authority and right to reach out to constituents through social media. And a lot of times you get a lot more engagement that way because it's really convenient and they can give you feedback. So I encourage you to engage because, again, to justify something like this that's going to cost lots of money, we need to have the support of the community. because at the end of the day, it's their money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam
Board Member
Chair.
Fields?
I'd like to say that in order for us to, I would like to be transparent with the community. I would like to open up all the books that they want to see and let them see anything that they want to look for. I would like for them to come in here and ask the questions that they have so that they can be answered. But in lieu of them doing that, they're not doing that. So I just feel like we as a board need to model the behavior that we want to see. If they are mistrusting of what is happening here, we need to reassure them that there is no, we need to be willing to reassure them that there is no fraud, there is no deceit, there's nothing here to see. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. At this point, that concludes our school board work session, and now we have to roll into a motion to go into a closed meeting.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. Number one, record review 2024/25-10 RR regarding the assignment of a student to Turlington Woods School, where the discussion in an open meeting would involve disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record. And number two, record review 2024/25-12 RR regarding the two-day suspension of a student from Florence Bowser Elementary School, where the discussion in open meeting would involve disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, which is authorized by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 A2.
Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Jenkins and seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there any discussion? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Just a reminder, you can only take your school-issued devices with you. Leave your phones, iPads, and such that are personal items with Ms. Gardner and Ms. Johnson, and we will be in the conference room.
A resolution of certification of the closed meeting of April 10th, 2025 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended, whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia as amended requires certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
So moved.
Second.
The motion to certify the closed session meeting has been made by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Good news. We already took our recess. At this time, I call to order the meeting of Suffolk City Public Schools, our business meeting for April 10th, 2025. At this time, I'm going to ask Vice Chair McGee to lead the Pledge of Allegiance for us. We will now observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Board Member Riddick, would you mind reading the mission statement?
I got you. The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a high qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. Excuse me. At this time, we have to take action on the two closed meeting items that we addressed. Let me remind you, number 3 was not heard tonight, so you can cross that off. So regarding number 1, student record review, number 2024/25-10RR, is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we uphold the discipline on record for the student review number 2425-10RR.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham and seconded by Board Member Slinglove. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Is there a motion regarding the second record review?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we remove the discipline from the record of the student from the student review number 2425-12RR.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham and seconded by Board Member Slinglove. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. At this time, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda with the adding of the following two items to the agenda. One, student involvement at school board meetings. Two, to have discussion with the school board and a presentation from the superintendent tonight about the letter that came out from President Trump that could possibly require us to make a decision to abandon DEI practices and the financial impact that it will have on us.
Okay, I need to clarify. You want to add under new business number 7, student involvement in our board meetings?
Yes.
And then number 8 would be a discussion of the incident at Kings Fork?
No. My number 8 is the President Trump letter where he's requiring school divisions to sign and or face losing federal funding.
Okay, these are discussion items, info items?
I would say they are going to be info action. It depends on the board.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you mentioned Kings Fork, so,
Madam Chair, I would like to amend his motion to add a discussion about the Kings Fork Middle School event that occurred on March 31st, please.
okay. So the amended motion is to approve the agenda with the addition of 3 items: student involvement at board meetings. I'm just going to shorten it, the DEI letter from the U.S. Department of Ed, and the incident at Kings Fork Middle School. Is that correct? So that motion has been made, amended, and approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Do we have any public speakers on agenda topics?
Or no speakers?
We do not. Okay, moving down to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Madam Chair, I would like to move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of bills and payroll.
Okay. That was sort of simultaneous, so, Mr. Riddick, are you,
I'll second it.
okay. So it's been moved by Dr. Brittingham and seconded by Mr. Riddick. Is there any discussion? Okay, I would like to point out here that Mr. Riddick did ask us in March to permanently move bills and payroll to new business, and that was my lacking when we were planning the agenda review to make that adjustment. So I will consult with the attorney and make sure we can just start that change authentically in May without any further board action. Are we good on that? Okay, so starting in May, I will write that down on my sticky note. All right. With no other discussion, are we ready to approve the consent agenda? All right, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Considering we just approved the personnel and HR report, I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Gordon for just a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our new principal at Forest Glen Middle School, Dr. Patrick Doyle. Dr. Doyle, you want to come to the podium to provide some background to the board. Dr. Doyle has a vast leadership, extensive experience, former principal at Essex High School in Essex, Virginia. He actually has served as a principal in 2 schools in Norfolk Public Schools at Norview Middle School and is currently the principal at Blair Middle School. We took some time to introduce Dr. Doyle to the faculty at Forest Glen. They gravitated to him extremely well. So Dr. Doyle, I will give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the board, as well as introduce any family members that you may have here in attendance.
Sure. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, School Board Chair Howell, Vice Chair McGee, Board members, Dr. Gordon, and the Suffolk community. I have behind me my lovely family, Ms. Doyle, Desiree Doyle, my daughter Loretta, Christopher, and Dominic, my lovely children. That we're all excited to be here. And I just wanted to begin just really by thanking everybody. I look forward to being part of this family, Suffolk Public Schools. Throughout my career, I've definitely I focus on building strong relationships, supportive learning communities, and things that we just heard from the mission statement today. And I think that it's going to be a great fit, and I look forward to serving alongside all of you. So, thank you.
We have no unfinished business this evening, so we are moving down to new business. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gordon to introduce his staff members for number one, the local plan and budget for our CTE.
Yes, ma'am. This is actually just a one-page report that has been submitted by Dr. Skinner, assistance also by Ms. Forsman. This is the annual local plan that we must do for a tentative budget for career and technical education as a part of the Perkins Grant and CTE funds for next year for 25-26. These funds are used to support CTE programs in grades 5 through 12 in the 17 state-approved career clusters. This plan includes the following activities that address the Perkins Act: CTE Advisory Council involvement, which has been reviewed, career pathway plan of study, activities that will strengthen and improve the academic and technical skills of students, awareness of the Virginia Credential Initiative, and a tentative Perkins budget for the 25-26 school year, which is at $295,272.58. As you can see at the end of that page, Dr. Skinner has also provided the breakdown, where professional development would be $34,306 for a 12%, student career leadership activities at $19,100. $54, that makes up 58% of the budget. Exams and publications at $60,000 at 20%. Administrative equipment, $10,051.04. That equals up to 3%. On page 2, you can see that we need to have this approved in order for us to be able to submit this to the Virginia Department of Education. That is the recommendation from staff, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion on approving the Okay, got it. I'll just hold it. Is there a motion to approve the local plan and budget for our CTE programming?
Yes.
Member Slinglove,
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee. Board Chair Howell. Motion passed.
Thank you. Next under new business is our special education annual.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Cassandra McNair, our Director of Special Education, to present the Special Education Annual Report to the Board. This also is something that we must do every year. This is for action. This plan actually is required by the Individuals with Disability Education Act. It's also been reviewed by our SEAC, our Special Education Advisory Committee, on March 19th, 2025. So with that information, Dr. McNair, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Board Chair Howell, Vice Chair McGee, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I am here to present the proposed 24-25 Special Education Annual Plan for IDEA, which is our Part B flow-through application that is required by the federal government for us to receive the federal funds for our special education department. So just a little bit about the annual plan. It is a plan that you have seen before, and for new board members, this is something that is presented annually to the school board, and it is required by IDEA that was authorized in 2004, as well as the Virginia Department of Education regulations that was effective in January of 2010. And as Dr. Gordon mentioned, it has been reviewed by our SEAC committee on March 19th, and it is before you this evening. The submission is due to the Virginia Department of Education on May the 9th, and so we will be asking for your action tonight to approve this plan. So in this plan, it is a application, again, that's submitted annually to receive federal funds for special education under Title 6B of IDEA of 2004. And Virginia Department of Education does require each locality with guidelines, part of which to have the application reviewed and approved by the SEAC and our local school board. And the federal funds that we receive through this application grant are only used for the provision of special education services and related services to students with disabilities. So through this application, there are a few statement of assurances that must be signed off on in the application. And the first one is, how do we provide a free and appropriate public education to our students with disabilities, ensuring that all of the students that are recipients of these funds have valid and compliant individualized education program. Also, that the least restrictive environment is reviewed, ensuring that all students have access to their LRE, and that we have policies and procedures for special education in place, as well as protections for our students with disabilities. Annually, each year, December 1st, we are required by Virginia Department of Education, as well as through this federal program, that we count our students every December 1st for a snapshot of how many students are we serving with disabilities. This past December, we were serving 1,968 students in this division with disabilities. On the next slide, you will see the breakdown of those students with disabilities and their disability category. Now, again, this is their primary disability category, not their secondary, because we know many students may qualify for more than one category. However, the December 1 count is actually a report that we do annually that breaks down about 17 or 18 pages that includes all of the disability categories, the primary and the secondary, so that Virginia Department of Education is able to see how we are serving the students and who we are serving. Now, this number does fluctuate, again, knowing that what you see on the screen is the 1,968, which is the snapshot of December 1. Since then, we have increased our numbers with students with disabilities that we are currently serving. Some additional components of the annual plan is we have to include information about us, about how we serve our students that are in the local jail's education program. Currently, we have one teacher that serves students at the Western Tidewater Regional Jail Facility, and that is a part of this annual plan. We also must set aside funds to serve students that are in parentally placed private schools. And these are funds that we set aside that we provide speech, occupational therapy, and physical therapy for those students through an individualized service plan that we review with private schools annually, and that meeting was just held a few weeks ago. Additionally, the maintenance of effort is an additional component of this application. And in the maintenance of effort, we have to assert that we are not reducing the amount of money, we, as in Suffolk Public Schools, that we're providing for our students with disabilities because we receive the federal funding. So the funding must remain the same or more than the local and the state levels of the previous year, that is. So when we look at the annual spending plan for school age, section 611, it pays the salaries, the benefits for some special education teachers, some special education teacher assistants, job coaches that are at the high school level, as well as some bus assistants. Now, this application allocation is $3,534,046. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to decide what that number is. It is based off of our December 1 count, and the Virginia Department of Education provides us with the amount of money that we can actually apply for. And then when we look at IDEA Part B, Section 619, and this is for children that are aged 3 through 5, this amount of money in this application portion pays for partial of one of our early childhood with special education teachers, which comes to the amount of $69,020. So this is the annual plan for special education, and then we must submit this for the Virginia Department of Education's approval on May the 9th. Any questions I can answer for you?
Thank you, Dr. McNair. Are there any questions, board members, regarding this report? Okay. There being none, if you want to dismiss her, I think we're ready to vote. I need a motion, I'm sorry. Okay, pause.
Just a reminder to all board members, please remember to push the button on your mics so that the audio system can pick up. Oops. I'm sorry. That's the problem that the audio system is having. We have to remember to push the mics in order to be heard.
Okay, they're not voice activated tonight,
I'm
ladies
sorry.
and gentlemen. Is there a motion to approve the report?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Moving on down, we will now receive a STEM Academy update from Dr. Gordon and his staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Caitlin Leitner, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Ms. Rachel Hirsch-Brooks, our STEM and Science Specialist, to provide a STEM Academy update at Booker T. Washington to the board. As we have stated to the board previously, this is the only elementary lab school in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We've had great input. Materials and equipment is arriving, and we want to be able to provide routine updates to the board since this is one of our new initiatives. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I am pleased to provide an update along with my team on the launch of our STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. As you'll recall, as I go into the agenda, I'm going to provide the background. I realize that not all of you were here last year, January 2024, when Dr. Bird and I presented for the initial proposal to go to the state to plan for the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington grant application in partnership with Old Dominion University. I'll be providing the purpose and the structure of the STEM Academy, as well as we'll provide as a team the curriculum and lab school design process, what that is entailed in our planning year this year. This is our year 0, where we're planning. We launch in the fall already, August 2025, for the 2025-2026 school year. We'll talk about the enrollment process and then some next steps. As I mentioned, in January 2024, Dr. Bird and I presented for the board for approval to partner with Old Dominion University on this great endeavor as the Virginia Department of Education and our state government launched more initiatives for lab schools. And so we were approached by Old Dominion based on the work that we had done, the book we had written, the documentary that we presented about our work in STEM and science and how we wanted to improve, especially after the height of COVID and how that impacted science and science education. We started tossing around ideas in Dr. Gordon's conference room just about how this could work. And we brought in, she was our coordinator of science instruction then, Dr. Leitner, and Dr. Bird, along with the ODU team, and just start tossing around ideas. And we already had a thought that we would launch an elementary STEM academy where it would be focused on STEM integration in our standard curriculum, overlapping it with the Project Lead the Way curriculum, which they had newly introduced, the K-5 curriculum, so that we would develop a pipeline for our Project Lead the Way programming, which is at our high schools for our engineering and biomedical programs. So this is just context for you. So we started developing this, and so much evolved. One thing we didn't know at that time was that we would be the only lab school in Virginia to submit for an elementary school. Most of the lab schools are secondary. And even in our current network, they are middle and high school. We are the only approved lab school at the elementary level in the state of Virginia. We're very proud of that. We're very proud of the work that we put into building the grant, and it was 150 pages, thereabout. And we wrote the majority of those pages. And we are very proud of the work that we put into it. We also had to present, once our plan was in place and our proposal was set, we had to present to the Virginia Board of Education twice. Twice we traveled to Richmond, and the Virginia Board of Education, we were sitting in a room, they're sitting at tables, and we had to really tell them how we were going to make this work in partnership with ODU, which is the institution of higher education, as well as the fiscal agent. And we sat before the board for our planning grant, and then we had to return for our proposal, the full grant proposal. And we were unanimously voted and approved for the STEM Academy based on the contents of our grant. As with many grants, and you hear this a lot as we talk about budgets, there are guidelines, expectations, there are things we must follow, things we must do, things we cannot do, and processes, especially with Old Dominion being the research institution of higher education, as well as the fiscal agent, we must follow the guidance as provided by them. We must ensure that what we wrote in the grant in alignment with the expectations of lab schools must be adhered to. So now we get to our STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington, which revolutionizes education for our youngest learners by promoting experiential learning led by master educators. And Ms. Hirsch-Brooks, as well as Dr. Leitner, will talk more about the programming and design and setup for that. We focus on community and field-based learning to address real-world issues, and we'll talk about the curriculum focus there and how that can be done. Preparing students for an innovative and STEM-focused future. The Academy is an inclusive environment, catering to diverse learning styles and backgrounds. As we discuss the enrollment process, that will be covered as well. We will be launching, it will be year one, as we open in the fall, August, first day of school, 2025-2026. We will be serving 20 students in grade levels K through 5, 20 students per grade level for a total of 120 students. This is a school within a school, and of course, our location is at Booker T. Washington. I wanted to make sure we understand the leadership and partnership with Old Dominion University. Old Dominion is the fiscal agent. That means all money, all funding for the grant goes to Old Dominion University. We create a budget collaboratively and identify within that budget, and we had to do that with our initial proposals in the planning grant, as well as the full programming proposal. We identify all the personnel involved, all the materials and supplies, furniture, technology, consultants, researchers, design, our educators' rising curriculum is a part of that, travel and professional learning. It must be included, it must have been included in the budget, and Old Dominion handles all of that. The most we do from Suffolk Public Schools is provide updates and information to Old Dominion for stipends and things like that that were written in the grant for our instructional designers. But they handle everything with the fiscal side of the house. For this. But in the partnership, there's an executive director and associate director at Old Dominion University. We have a program manager who serves as the liaison hired by Old Dominion, but serves as the liaison between the Academy and Old Dominion. And that person actually promotes our program, goes out and meets with community partners to build sustainability models and partners so that our students will have guests. We'll have businesses that will be supporting our programming. They'll be able to do field trips, etc. So that program manager went through an interview process with us and Old Dominion University, and that person will help the networking. While on the inside at Booker T. Washington, we have our instructional specialists and the building principal. Again, this is a school within a school. Booker T. Washington is already one of our schools, and the STEM Academy, the site there, will be managed and run by Dr. Brock, the building principal, as well as Ms. Hirsch Brooks. The purpose as we initially launched and as we focus is to foster innovation and collaboration, uniting students, educators, and community partners to explore new teaching methods. Part of our grant proposal was that this would be institutional, educator, and student-centered. As we look at the research, the best practices, the community of practice, we will have that at all three areas. We'll emphasize creativity and critical thinking, real-world learning, and preparing our students for success while serving as a model for educational excellence. We want this because we are the only elementary school, lab school in Virginia. We want to be a community of practice, an innovation network hub where we're able, partnering with Old Dominion, to look at research, best practices, innovative teaching methodologies so that we can expand that not only within our division, but across the educational landscape. Our why, and this is the mission of a place, is the vehicle that gets you there. We're committed to excellence in education, empowering our students through active agency and voice in their learning. And our vision, we're fostering an environment where experimentation with pedagogical approaches and experimental learning drives innovation, supported by continuous professional learning. I am proud and excited to lead this effort, but now I turn it over to Ms. Rachel Hirsch Brooks, who is our instructional specialist for the STEM Academy. And she'll share further about the internal components, design, and all the things.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board. Again, my name is Rachel Hirsch Brooks. I am very excited to be able to share what we have been doing at the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. So I'm here to share our promising practices, our curriculum, and our ways to make sure that this is an equitable learning experience for all the students who are involved with the STEM Academy. So our key components are design thinking. We're working on wonderful pieces of our curriculum where the students will be involved in design thinking daily. So they will be going through the process of being able to empathize, they will be able to ideate, they will prototype, and they will test out their designs. And they are going to be relating it all to our brand new social studies standards. So they're going to have design challenges that relate to these design thinking principles, as well as making sure that they know and understand what those 5 C's are and how we promote our profile of a Virginia graduate. We also will be having a comprehensive alignment, so everything will be heavily focused on our Virginia SOLs. Our students will still be required to have all those same components, the BLA, all those components of our Virginia SOLs, all the testing. So we are going to make sure that everything is comprehensively aligned to make sure that we have success with our students. Our next approach is our interdisciplinary approach, and that is so that all of these components of STEM will be integrated within their daily lives within the STEM Academy, so that they will be able to really focus and make real-world connections to their learning, to what they're seeing within the classroom, and be able to apply it to the outside world. We will also be creating that student-centered approach for our students. As they go through their day, they will know that they are important and they will know that they are valued and their education is valued, where they will see themselves in their future. Within our curriculum, we, like Dr. Branch said, we will be focusing on Project Lead the Way. That will be one of our main driving forces of curriculum. So Project Lead the Way is what we already utilize within our high schools. So we have biomed and we have engineering. So this is a great pipeline for our K-5 students. Kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, they will have design challenges that relate to their science standards, so that will make an impact on their SOLs. Students will also be able to drive their education by advocating for themselves within their field trips and needs and wants, within being able to provide wonderful community partners to come in and speak to students as it relates to what they are learning and what's important to them. This is something that I'm really excited about. So we have some really innovative people on our instructional design team. So our instructional designers within our curriculum are formulating our curriculum as we're working through our STEM Academy curriculum. So we are creating storylines for our students. So think like a TV show for our students that relate to our science concepts. So they will have a new episode every time there's a new science SOL. So there's really innovative approaches on how this education will be presented to them. So we are very excited for this process to continue. And this is just an idea. This is our mock-up for our design spaces. So each classroom is called a design space. Like you heard, instructional designers are teachers, that's what they're called, as well as our curriculum writers. So these spaces are meant to be innovative. They're meant to be transformative. So if I decide I want to have a whole open space and we are going to be testing out friction on different materials and floor spaces, we have that opportunity because all of our spaces and all of our materials and furniture are able to be moved. So we can innovate our spaces at any given time. As you can see, we have lots of community spaces where the kids can come together within cooperative groups, really focusing on those 5 C's, as well as they will have a fully equipped STEM lab. So that's a space where the students will be able to come, be able to utilize 3D printers. We're working on other materials, so really great pieces of equipment to really foster their creativity and move them forward within this curriculum. This is also a point of pride. We did host 2 information nights in January. There was one that was more of a hands-on approach to help and foster and help our community understand our way of thinking within the STEM Academy. So there were offered ideas focusing on the 3D printer. There was design challenges that related to the Lego robotics that we will also be including within the program. The students were also able to design things like a birdhouse for a park. So just different ways of thinking and different approaches for these students to have an idea of what the thinking is all about, and it's not just always the thing that they're producing. So this was a great opportunity for our students to be able to engage with not only the staff at Booker T. Washington, but also engage within our curriculum and our focus for the STEM Academy. So thank you very much, and I will turn it over to Dr. Leitner. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I am going to discuss this evening the enrollment and application process for the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. So we used the ODU procured system called lotteries. We did this intentionally. ODU oversees multiple lab schools, Suffolk Public Schools having one of them. And so lotteries is a system where there are no strings attached for how you get into the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. So anybody in the Commonwealth of Virginia was able to apply here, anybody in the city of Suffolk as well. And we opened up the lottery on February 3rd, so we followed those information nights because we really wanted to heavily advocate and promote here in the city of Suffolk our STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. We opened the lottery on February 3rd, closed it on the 28th. How the system works is when it closed, it pressed a button and it randomly pulled 20 students per grade level. So when we look at that, we wanted to ensure that it was fair, it was transparent, it was an efficient selection process. we had over 300 students apply for the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington. So with that number only housing 120 students, we have a wait list for every single grade level. So how it works, every family was given 2 weeks to confirm their child's attendance in the STEM Academy. We sent out those reminders to be able to have that confirmation. Some chose to deny, some chose to confirm. If there was a deny in that specific grade level, the first person on the wait list then moved up. They received that confirmation email and then had 2 weeks to be able to decide. So that's how that process works in relation to the lotteries. Families were sent home to, letters were sent home to the families on March 3rd. If somebody denied and somebody new got added to the list, then we sent new letters home to those parents. So everybody had an email from the lotteries, an email from Suffolk Public Schools, as well as a letter that was mailed to their home for multiple means of communication for them. This is a very fluid data chart, and I say fluid for the example that I just shared. We still have students that are confirming their attendance for each grade level. So this is a snapshot so that you can see right now where our students will be coming from within the division as well as outside of the division. So you can see, I'll just do the example on the left-hand side for Booker T, 28 students that are currently at Booker T. Washington are in the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington for next year. So moving down, Creekside, 9 students, Elephants Fork, 9 students, Florence Bowser, 19, Hill Point, 16, Macbin Junior Elementary is 11, non-SPS, we have 4 students that were selected. Nansman Parkway, we have 4 students, Northern Shores, 8 students, Oakland, we have 1 student, Southwestern, 5 students, and then Kilby Shores at 6. So this is fluid as they're still confirming, so those numbers will change based on that. What are our next steps? Like Ms. Hirschberg said, we are developing our curriculum right now. Really excited about those storylines. It will be from a start to finish, so from August all the way till June, it will be an entire story that the students will be going through, like she said, each episode. So that takes some time because we're having to ensure all of the Virginia Standards of Learning are integrated in here. So that social studies, the science, math, English, the story is embedded with all of those. Also ensuring we're meeting those benchmarks. So our next step, what we're actually currently doing right now is we are hiring our teachers. We're not calling them teachers. We're calling them instructional designers to have this different approach. Our students will be designers. We will speak to them as and call them, you are a designer in this space. So we're currently hiring our instructional designers, 1 teacher per grade level. We have 1 TA per grade level as well. So we're going through that process of hiring them. We're really looking intently in relation to the credentials here. We need to ensure that they're all licensed teachers that will be in this space. We're also looking at our students who have already confirmed and the services that they'll need, because we will be providing services for our special education students, L, gifted, et cetera. So we'll also be hiring additional staff members to be able to support all of those needs and those services that our students will have that will be in front of us at Booker T. Washington. And that concludes our presentation for this evening, and we'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I have one question, and then I'm going to defer to my colleagues. Can you explain why it was opened to non-SPS students as well?
Yes, one of the requirements of the lab school application was that all lab schools must be open to all students in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That is a requirement.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair McGee.
Madam Chair. Dr. Branch, thank you. Outstanding presentation to you, Dr. Leitner, and Ms. Hirschbrooks. Dr. Gordon, you know I'm super excited about this. I've heard nothing but positive stuff about this from the community. Way to take the forefront and lead the way for Suffolk with this. And I think regarding the kids that are attending outside, aren't they responsible for the cost? Can you speak to that just so everybody's aware of that? If you don't mind, Dr. Branch.
Absolutely can. And thank you. Want to thank you, Mr. McGee. He attended one of our information nights, and the room was full. We did activities, and he was made to be a part of that as well, as he represented his borough. For students outside of the school division, as part of the lab school application, and based on the exact wording, I want to give that because that has come up before. Under Part C on page 103 of the lab school application, it is a list of assurances. And in the assurances in the Code of Virginia, we first go to Code of Virginia 22.1-349.3, which allows the lab schools to charge tuition for students who live outside of the service area, the school division. If you go to 22.1-349.3, it is titled Establishment and Operation of College Partnership Laboratory Schools Requirements. If you go down, and I highlighted it on mine, Caitlin, so I would have it. If you go down, there it is right there. I wanted to make sure, too, the paragraph above one, it outlines that those who can be charged tuition who are admitted into public schools that may not live in the service area. If you go down to number 2, persons of school age who are residents of the Commonwealth, but who do not reside within the school division except as provided in this section. If you also go to, and that is in Code of Virginia 22.1-5. So all of those regulations support our justification for charging tuition, and we do not provide transportation either for those who live outside of our school division. They must provide their own transportation and pay tuition.
Thank you for that information. Are there any other brief comments or questions?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
I don't recall in a presentation, and I could be mistaken, but I don't recall us stating that we will open it up. That's just me, I don't recall. But I want to know, where did they come from? The 4 that's non-district students.
2 from Chesapeake, 2 from Portsmouth.
Okay. Kind of taken aback by it because, and I understand why, but I just want to be transparent. I'm kind of taken aback by it because, for me, Suffolkians first before anything. That's just the way I roll for our school division, and I understand why we had opened it up to others. I'm excited, and I really wish Miss Patricia Montgomery was alive to see this happen, because prior to any of you coming to the division, this was something she was trying to do when I was a student at Booker T. Washington. And this is a pilot program that we actually did when we were year-round schools when I was in 3rd grade at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. And this was something that Dr. Liverman implemented back then. And just to know the historic context of the site, which was once a landfill, is now a beacon of hope for STEM and education for not just our students, but also from the neighboring divisions who see that Suffolk got it going on, that they decided to apply. So I'm excited about the growth in the right direction. I look forward to hearing something soon, hint, hint, about expanding it to the middle school, hint, hint, down the street at JFK, hint, hint. Thank you.
Thank you, Board
Mr.
Member Riddick.
Riddick.
Anyone else? Board
Madam
Member
Chair.
Slingla?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank all 3 of you for a wonderful presentation. I'm very excited. In fact, I wish that I could go back and play with them in this lab. So I would like to request that you guys file away and back in your brain when you get up and running and everything's smooth in the fall, an invitation for the board for us to come visit one day, because I would love to see what's happening there, and I'm very eager about what you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the things, Ms. Slingluff and board members, Old Dominion is launching open house and breaking ground at their lab schools. And so they've been doing that with the ones that are already open. And they have tossed around some dates in September, October for us. So there will be, through Dr. Gordon, will be providing that information.
Madam Chair, thank you. Ladies, what a wonderful presentation this was tonight. I'm really excited to see us leading the way on this STEM lab school, because I believe this is not going to be the first one, and it won't be the last one either. I'm just really excited to see the key components of critical thinking that we are including in this for students. We know that, with brain-based research, that this is one of the best ways to ignite that love of learning, and doing it at the elementary level. We couldn't be facilitating this with a better age group. Although my heart would be that we would be able to offer this at middle school and high school too, because it's never too late to capture the hearts and minds of a child who wants to learn, and to put them in a learning environment that allows them to grow and gives them a springboard into life. And I see that this is going to be something that we can see that tangibly happening. So congratulations on starting this, and I look forward to coming, as Board Member Slingoff said, as a board being able to come and tour this. But I really look forward to seeing how we're going to be able to weave this into the tapestry of Suffolk Public Schools as not just being the exception to the rule, but the rule of how we do things. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Real quick, as always, we are never disappointed at the presentations that you all give us. Is thoroughly put together. You've done your investigation, your homework, and you bring it to us really with no questions. That's why, it's all thank you for what you're doing, because your heart is in it. It's a passion of you, all three of you and the rest of our staff, to do what's best for our students. And not only are we breaking ground for Suffolk, like you said, it's Virginia as a whole. And we've done this several times where Suffolk public school has led the way for entire Virginia doing things. So I commend you. We want to keep you. Don't go anywhere. Just stay here with us so our school system can continue to be number one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there's no further, Ms. Fields, did you have something?
I can always commend you, ladies. Thank you, Dr. Branch, Dr. Leitner, and Mrs. Hirschbrooks, for all that you're doing with our students. And I'm hopeful that at some point you'll be able to give us a report on how those students who are participating now have gone into the Lead the Way, Project Lead the Way program in the years to come. So yes. I am looking forward to that kind of progression, and I just commend you on what you're doing. Thank you for helping our students.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Moving on down in the agenda before us, number 4 is an info-only item, SPS 2023 through 28 strategic plan. I requested this be put on here just to give you some brief context. As you know, by an email that I sent you last month, I participated in 3 connected webinars through VSBA regarding empowering your board for student achievement, and the last 2 focused first on measuring goals and monitoring progress. Establishing goals and monitoring progress, and then the third one on community engagement and board unity. So I shared that with you last month with the permission of VSBA, with the caveat that you obviously wouldn't get the academy credits, but they did allow me to share that content with you. I hope you take the time to review it. And from that participation, it, I guess, inspired me to start the dialogue maybe about, first of all, for our new board members, being familiar with our current strategic plan goals, and also possibly looking to a retreat date later to maybe improve them if we can at all, to add any kind of measurability or specificity to them. I know a great deal of work went into these goals before we even got to the point in the work session to develop them. A couple of years ago, work led by Dr. Branch with community surveys and stuff. So I just wanted to put this on here to dialogue, first of all, that I think we would benefit from revisiting, familiarizing if you're not familiar with them yet, and then possibly seeing how we can sharpen them. And with that, I wanted to begin the conversation about our annual retreat is usually in August. See what anyone thought about doing it possibly in June. So if we update anything, then we roll into the new fiscal year, the new evaluation year, and the new school year with the most current and solid information. So that's all that I have to share with you. If anybody has any comments, feedback, suggestions, questions, or anything, I welcome that right now. I just wanted to put it out there that I think from this program, if you take the time, they are about an hour long each,
if you can only do one, view the one that is about goals. Pick that one. And then let's talk about how can we improve our goals so that we're better able to do our job from our seat of governance. Is there anything, any feedback or anything? Board Member Brittingham.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. First, I would love to just congratulate you for taking the initiative on what you've done to set the standard for us as board members to getting to understand that one of our key jobs is to oversee this strategic plan. I appreciate all of the videos that you put via email for us. I particularly appreciated the email that came with the example goals. And how to set those goals. This has been one of the things that I have personally looked at other districts to see how do they do strategic plans, because we need to get to a place where we have, like with the example goals that you gave us, something measurable, something that we can track over time. Particularly, I think we need to be doing this for student achievement as board members. I'd like to see us get to a place in our strategic plan that we have put something in place where at every board meeting, we are touching student achievement, because really we need to know on a month-to-month basis what's going on. One of the strategic plans that I looked at was really comprehensive, and it gave a great framework for maybe what you're talking about when we meet in June to do a work session or our retreat, where we begin to focus on 4 strategic areas that we really want to impact on, and then we start building out a timeline on how are we going to build those out effectively, and then we actually create targets and measurements aligned to those 4 priorities that we as a board come up with. So I say all that to say I'm excited that this is a discussion and a possibility moving forward for us, that we can work towards having a strategic plan that really reflects goals, measurable goals that we can attain, moving forward for the next 5 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I want to dialogue about if there's a preference for June or August. I'm not going to single-handedly make that decision to move our retreat to June. There's benefits to doing that. So if you've got input about that right now, now is the time. If not, then I will probably work with Ms. Gardner to create some sort of poll with dates that work for you all, so that we can also start to plan budget-wise for the retreat. Board Member Slingloff had her mic on first.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to echo the idea of having it in June. I think it would be really important that we wrap up this year and establish our direction for the next year with clarity for everyone concerned. I think that would be beneficial. Sometimes when you wait till August to do something, it's a little too late. Everybody's in the throes of launching the new year, and I think that it would behoove us to do it in June.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Riddick.
If my memory serves me correctly, we normally had the retreats in August because the data wasn't back from the SOLs. So we really wanted to go over the SOL data at our normal retreats. That's what we normally went over. We talked about those things, and then we went into what other conversations from board members that we have decided to have topics around. Dr. Gordon, is the data, because if we're going to be student achievement centered, is it back by then where it can be reported to the board in June?
Madam Chair. That's a great point, Mr. Riddick, because we will have preliminary SOL data only, but we will not have any growth data because of the new accreditation and accountability system. We also traditionally receive our AP scores during the month of July, which was also a driving factor on why the board met in August. So I'll leave that up to you guys, but that's usually when things will be released. And this year will be different because of that new accreditation accountability system. Some things are still, unfortunately, up in the air a little bit, but they will only be able to provide us some data that's comparative analysis to determine where Suffolk relates to other school divisions. And I think that's the reason why that information won't be available until August.
Thank you. Anybody else that I haven't addressed yet have any input or suggestions over here? No? Board Member Slingloff, did you have your mic on again? Oh, okay.
Yes, I would like to say that although our data will not be complete until later, starting this process in June will allow us to put a pretty firm framework in place. Even if we're using data from the previous year as we construct this, it's still good data. It's still a baseline that we can build this out on, and then once the final data comes out in October, we can reconvene for another work session and put in the new data so that we have a strategic plan that is current. And then from that point on, we just add in the data on a yearly basis, to fill out the rest of what we're looking to do. But I don't see any reason why we can't meet in June and begin this process, because what we need to do as a board is decide what we want the bones of this to look like, the framework of this to look like. Yes, we want to have current data to plug into that eventually, but let's start and discuss, what we want this strategic plan to do, and then we can get the data once it's ready in October and put it in.
Okay. Board Member Slinglup had her mic lit next.
I want to echo what Dr. Brittingham said, but I also want to just throw out there, if the 2 years that I've been on the board, I don't think that any of the data was available in August neither.
Correct.
So I think it was October before anything was released to us. So I'm not sure that waiting till August and kicking the can down the road till August is going to help us at all. I think that if we start the process, put the infrastructure in place for where we want to head and what our focal points want to be, that we want them to be, and begin that process at the very least, I think that will be beneficial.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Riddick.
Madam Chair, I'm not opposed to having more than one retreat, but let's be clear. If the objective is to be student-centered and move based off the evidence, you don't want to waste time discussing issues of science at a particular school when the standard test may come back and show that, hey, it's no longer an issue here. I think if we use June to reflect on the current strategic plan and see how we want to expand board development and board unification, such as using the other money that we have contracted out for services since 2023, if that's still available. I think that would be ideal. And then come back in August and make this a quarterly thing. I don't think a strategic plan is something that we want to rush into. I'm not saying that's what anyone is saying, but I'm just using my words because it sounds like there's a haste to do it in June to talk about academic data. I think we are under a new accreditation system with how things are being done. We don't know how that's going to thoroughly work for us yet. It would be best practice to have some type of direction based on data, current data, not outdated data, current data, and see how we want to navigate. As I've aforementioned, us coming together in June, it really doesn't have to be a separate day. We can take that second meeting that we have scheduled and make it a work session where we are actively engaged and we're talking realistically what we want to see done. Because the strategic plan we have in place now is a good one, and there can be some improvements, but let it be a data-driven adjustments and not an emotional one.
Understood. Thank you for that suggestion. I want to point out, as far as the second meeting in June, it's my understanding that at least two of us may not be here due to travel and training. So I would suggest it would be a work session on the first meeting if we're going to go that route. But I think what I'll do at this point, so we can move along in the agenda, is just call individual board members over the course of the next week or so, get your feedback, your suggestions, your preference for dates even, and then compile that information and maybe hopefully have that available by the end of this month, so we can make a plan for what, if anything, to do in June, rather than continuing the dialogue up here. That's okay. Moving on to number 5 under new business, we have, my understanding is that the Policy Review Committee has been discussing amendments to our current policy to make it more precisely in line with the governor's mandate that was issued last year before last, 2023, thank you. And so with the policy review having the majority part of the policy review having recommended changes before it comes to the board as an action item, a first read, and then an action item, they were seeking dialogue from the rest of the board here tonight so that their policy review committee meeting, April 24th, may be more directed and specific, and that hopefully whatever policy comes from that for the first May meeting and a first reading is inclusive of everybody's dialogue. So with that, I would, if there's any comments by any of the policy review committee members, beginning with the committee chair, Board Member Slingluff, I would welcome to hear from you now to make sure I've sufficiently covered that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to request that any board members that have read it over, if you're reading it over, if you would send any comments or thoughts to either myself or Vice Chair McGee or Board Member Jenkins. We are on the Policy Review Committee, so if anyone would like to send us any further, tweaks or edits to this policy, that would be great, because then ideally, hopefully, the end of this month, we'll have potentially a first read on this. Would that be correct, Attorney Waller? A first read, and then the vote for action would be the first week in May. And so because we have 2 meetings now, this affords you the opportunity to have 2 weeks ahead of time to read it, and then the next meeting will be up for the first read, and then we'll vote, still giving that 1 month time without the haste. So we're open for that input from the rest of the board.
Okay. Anything else from either Board Member Jenkins or Vice Chair McGee?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So to the board members, you all should have received an email, I believe, from Attorney Waller with the comparison of our current policy compared with the governor's mandate, and then the recommended changes that were discussed in the PRC meeting most recently. So I would just ask you to review that, and as Board Member Slingluff said, is offer your feedback via email so that they can keep track of it better than just dialoguing up here. And then the dialogue will occur, I'm assuming, at their April 24th meeting as they work to finalize that. Moving on down to, yes, Board Member
I have a
Riddick.
question of staff.
Sure.
I would like to know, how is the current policy being implemented, and have there been any challenges with the current policy being implemented with fidelity across our division?
Dr. Gordon?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as you know, Mr. Riddick, we do have parental involvement with our current policy, especially for those students who are under the age of 18. The communication does begin with the student, because we always want to ensure that we have student safety first, and also to make sure that we are preserving students' rights. We have not had any issues. None of our transgender students have come to their school counselors, the administration, or even had any communication with us saying that they felt like they weren't being supported, their rights were being violated, or anything of that nature. We haven't had any concerns from teachers that have communicated to us that they have had any level of comfort. Now, that's not to say, discomfort, I'm sorry, that's not to say that there haven't been conversations at the building level. As you know, Mr. Riddick, when we first did this version of the transgender policy, we basically tried to maintain student rights as well as balancing the need to include parent rights. So it was almost a mixed blend from Governor Northern and Governor Youngkin's policies, based on the feedback that we have received from the board, based on some of the legal opinions that Mr. Waller had provided. So that's kind of where we were at that time when that policy was created.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Moving on down now to number 6, appropriation of additional state funding fiscal year this year, 2024-25. Just information, Dr. Gordon has an update for us.
Yes, ma'am. As the board, as I'm sure is well aware, the General Assembly had placed into their budget proposal the ability to be able to provide bonuses to staff by June 1 of this year. What you have in your agenda is a copy of the letter that we had to send to the city manager, because anytime funds are sent to a locality, it goes to the funding agent. It actually goes to the city. So the first paragraph details that our current budget was at $248,588,927. The fourth paragraph is where you see the difference, where Suffolk Public Schools respectfully request that the Suffolk City Council appropriate the additional fiscal 24-25 state funding from the school division in the amount of $1.5 million, 28662, to bring our new appropriation to the school division to $250,117,589. In my communication with the city manager, this will be on their upcoming city council meeting for appropriation to make sure that we can meet that June 1 deadline.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Any questions? This is not an action item yet. We have to wait for action from city council before we have an action item. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So to be clear, this bonus that's coming from the state, this is the SOQ bonus that we've talked about before. This is different than the pay raise that is being provided to teachers, correct? All right, very good, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Thank you. Number 7, newly added, I believe, should be student involvement in board activities, board meetings. So I'm just going to go ahead and defer to Mr. Riddick since he requested that addition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board, for allowing this item to be added to the agenda. One thing that oftentimes I hear that drives our conversation up here is ROI, seeing our return on investment. And one of the ways in 2023 I decided to do that was allowing our course programs to come out to our meetings and showcase their skills and their talent. For an example, on May 8th, Lakeland High School will be having a course concert. And unfortunately, that's a school board meeting night, and we're unable to go and support, especially those who have residents residing or attending Lakeland High School. You have to pick and choose. Do you miss your board meeting, or do you go out and support the students at the school? For the last 2 years, up until January of this year, it has been the practice that our school course programs were afforded the opportunity to come out and take 5 to 6 minutes, or no longer than 10, I think was the longest time we had, to come out and showcase their talent. It's concerning to me that this item was pretty much removed from the agenda with little input from the other board members, and it doesn't show any signs of returning. I would like to see us bring it back, because it's a gentle reminder, in my opinion, every time we meet, why we do what we do. It showcases our students throughout our city. And I understand we want to be more efficient at doing business. But that was one of the major determining factors as to why we have 2 meetings a month opposed to just having 1. If board members can have 6 minutes or more to ramble on about whatever we want to talk about, I'm certain we can sacrifice 1 minute each of our conversation to allow our students to showcase their skills, their talent, and overall, a return on our investment, a return on our 100,000 plus taxpayers who send tax dollars to the city, who helps us with almost $250 million in budget to see those students who otherwise may not have this opportunity to showcase their talent. We showcase staff and new hires. We showcase other things. Keep the main thing, and allow our students to come back before the board, not just for undergraduates, because some students are not able to maintain that GPA requirement throughout the year. But there are other efforts, just as I heard people talk about how field hockey, baseball, soccer don't get the same level of attention and support as football and basketball, this is our way where we can give a chorus program, a strings program, a symphonic band program, or any other type of. Booker T has a award-winning step team program. Went to Kingston, North Carolina, and kicked butt all the way back to Suffolk. It would be ideal to bring those students before us so those who are in chambers and those who are looking on at home can see a glimpse of their investment. And that's all I'm asking. I would like to see that as a staple in the agenda, not just an optional, but a staple. Just as we have approval of the agenda, you know that has to happen. I would like for us to make sure we have student engagement at our meetings. We don't have a student representative because the board had some challenges and we didn't want to go that way and put students in the midst of it. But this is an opportunity where we can bring our students back, showcase them, celebrate them, and remind us why we're here.
Thank you, Board Member Riddick. If I can address that, that conversation has been occurring, and it's just recently been resolved. So I want to make 2 points. First, that when that decision was made to start doing that, that wasn't a board decision. That was a chair decision, which is at the discretion of the chair to develop the agenda. So it wasn't brought to the board to decide to do it. And so as I've taken the position of chair in January, it was an intentional slight, honestly. We rolled into a season of 2 meetings a month, smack in the middle of budget season. And so as we were preparing the agenda, the vice chair, Dr. Gordon, Ms. Gardner, and I, we were already weighing like what needs to go on what schedule so that we can conduct business. I can tell you I've been in conversation with Dr. Neighbors about what's beneficial to her teachers as well, because they do have to take an extra step to prepare for these meetings. And she and I have talked through some ways to make it manageable for her staff and not to make it a burden for them. While we do want to showcase our students, we don't want to burden the teachers. So in discussing this with Dr. Neighbors and Dr. Gordon, Vice Chair McGee, and Ms. Gardner, the decision was made since we are coming up on SOL season, and that's going to be the focus. We're in the, less than 42-day stretch now, and then students are on summer vacation over the summer. We are going to have Dr. Neighbors craft a schedule for next year, beginning with the beginning of the school year, for performances to occur beginning next year that doesn't interrupt instruction and remediation and preparation for SOLs this year. It wasn't a slight, it wasn't an intentional removal. It was simply, I took this seat and immediately I had business to do, and we had to adjust suddenly to 2 meetings a month and 2 agenda reviews and all of that. And amongst that, it wasn't discussed until I actually saw Dr. Neighbors at the Suffolk Sister City celebration. I don't remember when that was, February or March. And then we began the discussion. And she said she would recommend that the schedule is limited to 1 to maybe 2 selections so that we are prudent with the teachers' time, the students' time, and the community's time, as well as ours. So there is a plan to bring them back into the loop, but not until 25-26 due to all of the upcoming testing, preparations, and stress of the end-of-year activities and then summer vacation.
May I speak, Madam Chair? I receive the explanation, but my experience gives me the opinion that there was a better way to do it, and I would tell Dr. Neighbors or anyone the same. There was a better way to do it. And with her recommendation, if she go back and, or anyone go back and look at, I think most schools did 2 selections. So that was already being complied with. A burden on the teachers. I spoke with several course teachers, and no one ever articulated that it was a burden. Most of them even said that they were glad that they had the additional opportunity to showcase. I would ask that the board be involved in these types of conversation, although it is the function of the chair to work along with the superintendent to set the agenda. Also, we could still set these agendas and run these meetings where time is not spent idly. There have been reports that went over 22 minutes. There's been presentations that went over 22 minutes. There's been debates that went over 22 minutes. So if it's to be more efficient, then maybe we need to look at putting time limits on speakers, whether it's staff or board members, just as we do the citizens, because our main objective is to educate the students. When we left, unless there was a misstatement on someone else's part, but when we left, we was already in the middle of a school year, and a schedule had already been developed for 24, 25, with the course programs coming out. So it was already planned up until now. Now, what normally takes place in January is, after the organization meeting, is asking if we want to continue with the standard practice or not, but that's neither here nor there. What I would like to do is move that we have a presentation of student engagement at school board meetings pending availability of the students going forward, beginning in the 25-26 school year, and that be written into our board structure as far as our meeting as we talk about policy. So therefore, it is not just a chair's decision or the decision of Dr. Gordon or whomever, but it is the decision of the full board, because this is not a return on your investment as one or a return on staff investment as one personnel in one position, but it's a return on the division's investment, as it is the board who approves the budget. It is the board who hires and retains staff. It is the superintendent who directs them, and it is your purview to schedule a meeting. I want to make sure that we got this locked and loaded so we don't have to deal with this not being the case going forward. So my motion is that this be a fixture item on the agenda going forward, beginning in our 2025-2026 school year, that student engagement, as long as availability from the students, be placed on the agenda.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Okay, we've got a second. All right, now we'll have a discussion. Well, before you do that, can I jump over to the attorney? We have a current policy that says we can bring items onto the agenda last minute the night of a meeting, as long as it doesn't impact students and staff in the day-to-day operations. So is this motion tonight a violation of that policy, because it will require a response from students and staff?
No, it's not.
It could very well, because it does pertain to students, and it also impacts staff. What your policy says is that you can't vote on it the same night. So the motion can be brought, but you can't actually act on it tonight. It has to be carried over to your next monthly meeting, or your next meeting.
So with that said, what do we do at this point? We have a motion and a second. Is it just noted in the minutes that this will be added to April 24th?
Right, it's just tabled until April 24th.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe if I'm hearing Mr. Riddick correctly, Mr. Riddick has requested that this be in our policy, that this is what we do, which means that this would need to go to policy review and be drawn up as a policy that's brought before the board to be voted on. Is that correct, Attorney Waller?
I did not understand Board Member Riddick to indicate that he wanted it as a policy. He just wanted the board to vote, and you can have a vote on something without it actually being part of your policies.
Can you clarify for us, Mr. Riddick? Do you want it to go into policy, that this will forevermore, at least until somebody changes policy, remain the policy and practice, that student engagement is on it? Or are you just asking us to take action on it for this board in this time and place?
So it's two ways I'm going to move this. Way one is I'm going to leave it as is now, that we take action on it at the next meeting. I'm not even going to fight that. We'll just take it on at the next meeting. I could fight it right now, but I'm not going to do it. So we'll just take it at our second meeting for this month. And then after it is voted on at that meeting, I will come back with a second motion asking for it to be sent to policy.
Okay.
So as of right now, I'm not going to send anything to the Policy Review Committee.
Okay. Let me just take a note really quickly so that I don't forget to discuss this at the next. when we
But Madam
probably-
Chair, may I say one thing?
Sure.
Although it is being presented as if it's against policy to make it into motion tonight, as a board, we always have the option to make a motion to suspend our policy and adopt it into motion. I just want to put that out there, that that is a valuable legal option. So we're going to do it next month.
Okay. Ms. Gardner, do you have like a clear motion for like what you will need to add to the agenda for April 24th as an action item?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be that thank you. That the school board approve the 2025-2026 student engagement with availability being placed on the agenda for each meeting. My question is, will that be for both meetings or one meeting? If it's one meeting, will it be the first meeting or the second meeting?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Riddick, but my perspective is probably the second meeting, because the first meeting is intended to be business heavy. And while I hear what Mr. Riddick said about limiting the time of presentations, and yes, our ultimate governance goal is student achievement, the goal of these meetings is to conduct business. And so I suggest that it just be at the second meeting so that we can adequately prepare for the business to be prioritized. And then the second meeting has typically now, where we have the good news report, that's for recognition and honors, and we can apply the same practice to students. But again, Mr. Riddick made the motion, so he's going to have to be the one to specifically answer that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, with retrospect, this business being taken place at both meetings, and from past experience, we could always move some things off of the top-heavy agenda meeting in January and push it to the second meeting. There are several things we could move from off here now that are just informational that could have been heard at the second meeting. So it's really no one meeting weighs more than the other. It's all on the wheel of the crafter of the agenda. So I will leave it based on availability. If the course that is assigned is not available at the first meeting and they're available for the second one, then give them that flexibility, because as you stated, it was reported to you that the teachers are overworked. So let's not lock them into one day. Well, you didn't say overworked, but it was a lot on the teacher. Let's not lock them into one day. Let's give them a flexibility where we can work with the teacher. That way the teacher can say, hey, this second Thursday works best for me versus the fourth Thursday. We can move on this one.
Okay. Do you have what you need, Ms. Gardner? Okay. Let's move on then to number 8, newly added under new business. I just termed it DEI letter just to make it concise. So again, I'm going to yield to Mr. Riddick since he requested that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This action that is being requested by President Trump is an action that the board generally don't have to make a decision on. It's something that really is day-to-day, if my understanding is correct. But if we stand to lose almost $10 million in financial support if we don't comply, or if we do comply, I think it's prudent that the board have some type of say on this. So I would ask at this time, if it's okay with the board and the chair, if our superintendent can provide context as to exactly what the letter is requesting of us and what type of potential impact is faced by the board, faced by the school division, if the board choose to comply or not comply. It's not political, it's just fact. If we don't do it, how does this impact SPS?
Okay, so that's your question of Dr. Gordon?
Yes.
Dr. Gordon?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So at 7:35 last Thursday is when I received the email basically from the Virginia Department of Education with the attachment from United States Education Department, basically guaranteeing that school divisions do not have diversity, equity, or inclusion programs within their schools, or that decisions are not made based on race. That's kind of like my 20-second executive summary. It kind of goes back to the Dear Colleague letter and the Office of Civil Rights. This week, the board received an opinion from our school board attorney, Mr. Waller, because our question that we had was, does this conflict with our majority to minority program and our desegregation order and the guidelines that have been provided forward to us from the Department of Justice? After Mr. Waller received his communication, I had asked him to send something out to the board stating that it was not going to be a conflict. The original deadline to sign this letter was tomorrow, and then we got the extension of April 23rd, because there were some lawsuits that came along with it. And then earlier today, we received communication stating that no one was to do any action before April 24th. And then 2 minutes ago, received another email from our new state superintendent, Ms. Gullickson, saying that the expectation is that school divisions are still to sign this because it has to be certified by the state and to be sent to the United States Department of Education by the close of business on the 23rd. The conversation that I had with Mr. Riddick earlier today was, as we gave the breakdown, as we discussed yesterday at our joint meeting, we have in our budget about $1.1 million for things such as impact aid, JRTC, Medicaid, et cetera. Then on page 26 in our budget book, it gives the full breakdown of Title I, Title II, Title III, Title VI, which is equal to about $8.5 million, which is that total of $9.6 million that Mr. Riddick was referring to. As the board knows, when Shelley Butler Barlow asked me that question yesterday, we know that that's a figure that we cannot absorb unless the city is going to be able to make up that difference and give us $10 million. There has been communication. I have actually communicated with 50 superintendents in the last 3 days, and no one has signed a letter yet, although some school division superintendents have been told that they had to sign it, of course. Some of my colleagues have also asked for school board chairs to sign the letter because they did not want to put their name on it. There is a fear of the targeting of superintendents potentially being terminated with cause if anything goes wrong related back to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I can state publicly here for the board, I'm still gathering information, but it is my intent to sign it because of that fiscal responsibility. But I'm not going to sign it yet because I got spring break next week and I'm not going to think about it. But at the same time, once we return, that will also give us some additional time to gather some research because there are several lawsuits out there. And that's something that Mr. Waller and I have been tracking. But as I just stated, literally 2 minutes ago, another communication from the State Department of Education with the expectation that all school divisions in the Commonwealth of Virginia do sign that letter.
Thank you for that clarification. Can I ask, what is the official deadline now, as of the 2 minutes ago?
April 23rd.
So it's still April 23rd?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Riddick, did you have follow-up questions, or can I open it to other? Go ahead.
I just want to point out to the board. Thank you. I just want to point out to the board that if this decision has to be made by the superintendent, correct? Or is this by the board?
The direction that we were given is that the superintendent is supposed to be the one to sign.
Okay, so it's a decision that has to be made by the superintendent. I want to point out to the board that if we comply with this, we will have to strike the word from highly qualified and diverse staff from our mission statement and our current strategic plan, which is designed to go after highly qualified and diverse staff. And that we think deeply on the impacts. And I get what you said, Dr. Gordon. I heard you last night at the joint meeting. Unless the city is prepared to take on 9.6 million additional than what we're already asking for, we're kind of in a tough situation. This is what led the Finance Committee and the Legislative Committee in the past recommendations as to why we couldn't wait on certain things. It's not that it was being partyism, it was just now we hit with a decision like this with a very short window. And had it not been for those doing pushbacks, we wouldn't have until April 23rd. We would have been by the close of tomorrow, or we lose 9.6 million in fines.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and allow Vice Chair McGee, because he indicated he wanted to speak before your mic.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. For clarity, Attorney Waller, who signed this letter? Was it President Trump or was it someone from the DOE?
It came down from the U.S. Department of Education to local or to state school divisions. So that's how it worked its way down. It started at the U.S. Department of Education, then it went to VDOE, and then VDOE sent the communication out to local school divisions.
Thank you. And follow-up, I just asked Attorney Waller, after Dr. Gordon had stated other superintendents were looking at having their board chair sign, was there anything in this directive that authorized someone outside of Dr. Gordon or the superintendent to sign?
The certification is one that comes from the local school division. You could very well direct the chair to sign it, or it could be signed by the superintendent. It just has to come from the local school division.
Thank you, Attorney Waller. My last thing is, just going forward, can we keep the entire board in the loop with communication on this? It was received last Thursday. We didn't get notified. Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, and part of the reason, Mr. McGee, that the board wasn't notified because I didn't have concrete information. And as you can see, as of a couple of minutes ago, I still don't have concrete information. I also want to clarify to Mr. Riddick's suggestion. So the guidance and the questions that we have asked, I do not believe you will have to change your terminology in your strategic plan to say a diverse staff, because the entire basis of the letter was that decisions were being made based on race. So a diverse staff could also be people who are bilingual. A diverse staff could be individuals that have different skills. So before the board decides to make a decision, I think there will be some additional guidance that will come out from the Virginia Department of Education, because these are the questions. You know, Mr. Riddick's concern is valid, because these are the questions that the superintendents in the 8 regions have asked, as well as the professional organizations for superintendents, school board associations, et cetera. And I think that's also part of the reason why you saw an extension in that. So once I saw the extension, that's why I was definitely going to make it a part of discussion today until we received email this afternoon. And in the email that I received this afternoon, it stated that the state was going to provide clarity before the end of the day today. So I guess we're still considering 8:25 the end of the day when that email came through. Once we do have additional information, I will definitely send the board some communication, letting them know if there's any new information to be able to share. It's a situation that, as you all can tell, is very fluid. And it's also extremely concerning, because we've already seen several school divisions have their federal funds frozen. Baltimore City, Maryland, Prince George, Maryland, localities in California. And so that's not something that we want to be able to address. However, we also have to make sure that there's going to be compliance, but most importantly, comprehension, because there is a lot of fear attached to this, because if one school division or staff member or anything, if it can be interpreted as a violation, then what does that do to that school division? You know, and that's the questions that are being asked. And unfortunately, all we have is the letter saying, sign this or lose your money. But we don't have anything else that says, here's the process to appeal. Here's the process in case you have questions. We don't have any of that. We just basically have one letter that says, sign this or lose your funds. So as soon as I get more information, I will definitely make sure I share that information with the board.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Board Member Slingloff, I'm sorry.
I don't know if Dr. Gordon or Attorney Waller can answer this, but my question is this letter, the certificate you're supposed to sign, is it stating that you are in compliance with this, or you will be? And if it is will be, is there a timeline for you to make the necessary modifications in policy or in regulations or in anything that we might have out there that they could try to look at? How does that work?
The certification actually acknowledges compliance. So at the time you sign it, you're saying to VDOE, and then VDOE is in turn saying to the U.S. Department of Education that you are in compliance.
Go ahead.
So I know that that's a lot to swallow, and I understand that things are evolving and unfolding, Dr. Gordon. But if this is supposed to be required by the 23rd, if it stays as it is right now, what do we as a school division need to do as a policy review committee, as a board? What do we need to do to ensure that when the 23rd comes along, he's able to sign that and we're able to say we are in compliance so that we do not lose the federal funding and have it frozen?
I think the only thing that you're going to have to review is your current equity policy, Ms. Lingleft. That is something that I would suggest that you all add to your April 21st meeting. Part of the reason why we have been taking this time to research is because we had to look at everything. That's what we have really been doing for these last couple of days. And so Mr. Water handled the other side with the MTM program. While he was doing that, I was taking a look at the equity policy. Then I asked Mr. Waller for a second opinion on the equity policy, not an official opinion, but another set of eyes on that. Then I had to talk to my colleagues because, you know, we are lucky that we don't have a quote-unquote equity position like some other school divisions do. However, it has been the basis of us ensuring that we are doing everything that we can to support our kids. And so that kind of leads to Mr. Riddick's point about a potential change of terminology. So I don't have concerns at this point, except for having us as a group to take a look at the equity policy that's really more non-discrimination than anything else, because it can't just be that we are eliminating the word. That's what a lot of people believe, right? And that's how some school divisions, unfortunately, have been targeted because they had the word equity as a part of a major word in their strategic plan or core value. That's when it gets, I'm gonna use the word interesting. So with us, I think we're gonna be okay. That's why I'm publicly telling you that I'm comfortable signing it. However, I do wanna take a look at that policy at the PRC on the 21st. And that also will give me time, because even though we're on spring break next week, some of my colleagues are not. And we've been sharing ideas, and, you know, as the Region 2 chair, a lot of it's been filtering through me. And so one of the things that I think everyone needs to understand, there is no set answer yet. I mean, there just is no set answer. And there's a level of fear attached to this. You know, not for me, because you know me, but there's a level of fear that's attached to this because in some school divisions, they depend on that federal money a lot more than Suffolk does, a lot more. And so I'm still gathering research, and I know I'll be doing that next week while we're out as well.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I think Attorney Waller might have had a comment, especially regarding the equity policy.
Depending on what we find in the equity policy, there may need to be a requirement to have a call meeting simply for the purpose of adopting some revision to your policy. But we won't know that until next week. So just be alerted that after spring break, there may need to be a call meeting of the board to make some changes to some of your policies.
Thank you, Attorney Waller. Are there any further comments or questions on this? Board Member Brittingham.
Yes, ma'am. So this mandate from the Department of Education doesn't just chink us in our policy. It goes into the classroom. It goes into professional development. It goes into our textbooks. It goes into everything that we do as a school division, correct? Where you have to go and address if those things are prevalent in those areas as well?
Only if decisions have been made based on that. And I am 100% positive that no decision in Suffolk has been made based on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay.
The only inclusion that we focus on is our special education inclusion,
Right.
which also was a question that was brought forward by our colleagues. I mean, because that's not clear. That's not clear in the letter.
Okay. Thank you all for that dialogue. Anything else? All right, let's move along to number 9, the Kings Fork Middle School occurrence that happened last month. I believe just the intent of this item was to allow Dr. Gordon to speak to it because there have been parents communicating with some of us, and there was an assumption out there that it would be discussed at the board meeting. So we've just asked Dr. Gordon to just give a brief update on what's going on our side of it so that we can acknowledge we're aware of it and we are addressing it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I read the email that Ms. Slingleff had sent today by a concerned parent who was more concerned about the levels of communication attached to the school being placed on hold. And the parent was a little mistaken because we don't use the term lockdown anymore. As Dr. Brown had shared with you all, when the terminology changed to hold, that is for that specific reason of making sure that students are holding in their classroom, instruction can still continue, et cetera. On this issue, as we all know, it commenced by an altercation, and that's the reason why the school was placed on hold. But once our Suffolk Police Department became aware of who one of the individuals was in the altercation, the officer then called for assistance, which then led to additional staff, law enforcement arriving. Now, once a police officer, law enforcement officer makes a decision, is no longer, school division is no longer in charge. I mean, that's just the best way to do it and to describe it. Now, I'm still, and I've had this conversation with Chief Bowie, and he actually agreed with me. I don't believe that all of that was necessary. However, it was a judgment call by an officer who I would never doubt because it's always going to be about the overall safety of the students and staff. One of the things that we have made clear in some of our communication is that we can only report the facts and that our communication levels are going to be a little bit different than the police department for this example, because the police department was actually the group that was in charge of the search. So when our first communication from the school, and when I say our, I'm saying the school here, came out, it was to alert the families of the hold. The follow-up communication didn't occur until the next day, and I think that's some of the concern that I know that some of the board members had expressed to us. And so one of the adjustments that Ms. Dickens, Dr. Brown, and Dr. Bird and I have talked about is we're going to add a blurb to the end of our original communication that says basically more information to come. And I can't really go much further than that because we always have to be able to report the facts. And I know sometimes when there is not a lot of communication, people fill in the gaps. They fill in the spaces. And you know, I can understand that. I can definitely see that perspective. In our communication with the principal, in our communication with Dr. Brown's safety and security team, in our communication with community engagement, and my office specifically, you know, we received about 3 communications, not to minimize it. I think I've said that, you know, to you all before in my email communication. And I know there's been additional communication since then with people reaching out to board members, basically wanting more information. But one of the things I do want to make clear is, you know, once we add that blurb saying more information will come out at a later date or later time, I'm not going to say later date, people have to be patient because we have to be able to allow not only Dr. Brown's team, Judd Wilson, Randy Boone, Dave LaFave, the school resource officers at the schools, the S3s and the SSOs to do their jobs, but we also have to make sure that we allow the investigation to occur. Because if we give you partial information, all it's going to do is lead to more questions. The second part is because there's an active investigation, we also have to be very cautious on what we can share. And that's something that not 100% sure that sometimes our school community understands. So maybe we'll take some time to kind of explain that. because you can't put but so much information out, especially when it comes to dealing with a minor. You know, no names can go out, and we also have to be careful to make sure that people aren't easily identified. So that's basically the gist of it, the communication that our cabinet has had, really leaning on Ms. Dickens. She has created some additional templates with their information to show that we're making that adjustment with that, and so that schools or school communities will now receive multiple communications within a day, instead of the next day when we basically have, in most cases, because not always, but in most cases when we have the investigation complete. So I hope that kind of addresses some of the things that Ms. Lingleff, that you had shared with me in your email, Mr. McGee, which you had shared with me in your email. I have had communication with the city manager, Chief Bowie, as well as the sheriff, because we have to take, there's an agreement that we have with our emergency services team where Ms. Dickens of Suffolk Public Schools provides the factual information from the school side. And then the emergency services provides the more detailed information once they've taken over the lead on an investigation. That's what we've all agreed to ensure that we have consistency. But we are going to add that additional layer just to let the school community know that more information will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Board Member Brittingham, do you mean to have your light on?
I did. I did. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you, Dr. Gordon, to maybe give us, shed some light on, not only in this situation, but there was recently another situation that happened at Nansman River High School where both schools put out a statement, but then the police department put out their statement, and there seems to be some communication breakdown between both of those statements going out. Like there seems to be two different versions of what's going on, and so I concur with Board Member Slingloff in the communication piece of this. How can we do a better job of making sure that when this information is put out, it doesn't look like we've got two completely different stories coming out to the public?
So that's kind of what I was just talking about, though, Dr. Brittingham. So it's not about us, like, doing a better job. It's about we have to stay in our lane on what the facts are. So the statement that comes out from the school says, we'll give general here, right? Emergency services have been called to the school based on a threat to the building. That's all we can say. Because the police department then has to say, the threat to the building was this, this, and this, because that's the part that they are in control of. See, we can't comment on their work. We can only comment on the status of the school. That's the piece. And I know, I understand what you're saying, how it looks.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks like it's two different things.
Right.
But it's actually sequential, because many times when Ms. Dickens is having a communication with the public information officers, even if it's the one for the city or the police department actually has one of their own, then our stuff comes out first, if you notice. Our stuff comes out first to give the status of the building. And then the police department, after they're starting to gather information, they then come out with more information. And then any follow-up communication we have is going to include that part, because now we know it's safe to release it because emergency services did. So I think, you know, because it's a legitimate question where we probably have never explained it that way before. So I think us adding this more information coming out in the future will let the community know. And one of the things that Ms. Diggs and I have actually also talked about, please check the notification from the Suffolk Police Department. We can do that too. Right. But I gotta make sure that Chief Bowie and Mr. Moore are good with that, because if you ever notice when it comes to police communication, they change. It changes. Now, if our communication changes, then it may cause more confusion because we're dealing with kids. So, you know, Ms. Dickens is very deliberate of saying, Dr. Gordon, we can only report the fact, or whatever the facts are, right? School is currently on hold due to whatever. Emergency services are on the scene. Like, that's really all we can say until the police department releases more information. So then we'll add things after that. And now, you know, since we're having this discussion, we can definitely ensure that our school community is aware of how that process works.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I had people reaching out to me about had to do with the letters that were being sent out by the principals of the schools. That letter that was a more detailed letter was in conflict with what was put out. And so I know that in the moment when the situation's happening, you put out one statement that's kind of vanilla just because you don't have all the facts. You don't want to put anything out that's not true or actually happening, or you don't want to give out relevant information in an ongoing issue. But when the head of the school puts out a letter, and then you take that and you marry that up with what the release from the police department was, that was where the confusion or the questions were coming in. And so just wanting to see what can we do to maybe tighten up that communication that comes out on the school end so that we don't look like we're not reporting. I mean, just looking at it like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely hear what you're saying, but
Okay. May I?
sure.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. I feel like you already addressed that. Like,
Right.
you
Mhm.
explained why they look different. You explained the process to it. And once it becomes a police investigation, we have no authority to shut it down or not, just like with CPS. Once they get involved and the state gets involved, it doesn't matter if anybody changes their mind on any accusations or not. It's then out of the original reporter's hands. And so we're dealing with the same thing here. It may look different because they are approaching it differently from a criminal aspect than we are from building safety. I just wanted to interject so we can be mindful of the time, because I think that was already explained. I believe Board Member Riddick first, and then I'll circle back to you so we can move on.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is not a unique situation to us. This has happened before, and Dr. Gordon, I don't know if you recall, back in 2023 when I was chair, this situation arose, and I asked then about us moving strategically forward to issue a joint release with the police department. Because the fact is, it does look like something is being left out. And I'm just going to say what I got to say. There's a group who are genuinely confused about what's going on. Then there's some who, I told you, we're not getting all the facts. And the perception is a person's reality. Our communications department, I'm going to give them an A because I understand the work that goes on with it. But is there a way prior to releasing information from the police department, maybe this is something that need to be back in that MOU in operation with SPS and Suffolk PD, that prior to them releasing things to the public, that it is a joint effort between our communications department and the Suffolk Police Department. Because if anything goes on in the city, and I know this from being an employee with the city once upon a time, if anything goes on with the city, there's communication between the department spokespersons and the police department to ensure that the city is unified. However, we are one city, but it's two agencies. Common sense would say, before we say something to the same group of people, let's make sure we're on the same page and that we're not misrepresenting information unknowingly. Sometimes what you have available at the moment that we put out and they come out later, it makes it look like, oh, they're not being, because a lot of people don't understand about the student rights and things of that sort. But is there a way that we can do a joint release when the police department do ours? We initially let everyone know what's going on, the building on hold as a result of blah, blah, blah. But when the Suffolk Police Department released their statement, it is a joint release.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair.
No, please.
Yeah, so that is actually something that Ms. Dickens has kind of pushed forward with Ms. Moore. But that joint release, Mr. Riddick, is probably going to occur when there's a conclusion. And I know you're exactly right. We did have this conversation a couple of years ago about that. They want, the emergency services have made it clear that they want to still be able to spend time gathering while we then spend time with the initial communication. So we can definitely follow up to see do we have to wait to the conclusion for the joint release, or when basically there's so much evidence that shows that what the police were thinking is 100% true. Because one of the things that, as you know, working in schools, there's actually dual investigations going on, right? The police are doing one, and school administration has to do one. But as soon as charges are being determined, they take the lead. So we can definitely take another look at that to see exactly what that would look like in the original communication. So we'll have to follow up with that.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Any further questions regarding this particular item? No? All right, looking to the last new business, it's the movement of bills and payroll under new business, number 10. So at this point, I just simply need a motion to approve the bills and payroll.
So move.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
No.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next up, we have public speakers on non-agenda topics, so I'm going to yield the floor to Ms. Gardner.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruptions. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insult and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area and waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Dawn Jones regarding the budget.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'm here tonight to discuss and speak on a very important topic for SPS schools, budget. We know this is budget season, and I have actually spoken at City Council before about the budget. It's very important that me as a taxpayer, and believe me, I pay a lot of taxes, that I know where my money is going for these students. My children are no longer in the schools, but they were. They did graduate from SPS schools. So whether they're my children or my neighbor's children, I think it's very important that I know that my tax dollars are being spent well. I am for forensic audit. I am in great support of that. I do know that there were several individuals currently on the board that when they were running, agreed at a forum that they were for that forensic audit as well. So I would encourage them and encourage each and every one of you to please support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones.
Our second speaker, Jerry Jones, regarding school board budget.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Jones. I'm here to speak on behalf and support of the forensic audit. There's two things that came out of this meeting tonight that I thought was very important. One, I heard the word Suffolk first. I'm about Suffolk first. Second thing I heard was return on investment. So when I'm here, when I get my tax bill, it goes up every single year. I want to make sure my money is going to two things: the future of our school, or our city, which is our kids, and to our city, to make sure our life is improving as we go along. So over the years, I've seen a lot of you guys run for office, and a lot of the times talks about transparency in the budget or for, the financial responsibility and words that affect. Here's your chance to vote for a forensic audit and support it when it comes up. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Are there any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Okay. That concludes the public speakers on non-agenda topics. We now move into business by board members. I respectfully ask you to be mindful of the time and our staff's time, and keep your comments deliberate and brief if possible. I'd like to start to my right with Board Member Slingluff and just moving around the circle.
I will be very brief. I want to thank our board members and Attorney Waller and Dr. Gordon and the staff. I think it was a great meeting tonight. I feel like we're all on the same page for the same purposes, and that's for the kids and the success of our school system. So I want to thank everyone for the collaboration tonight. I also would like to speak directly to parents and community citizens for engaging with us. I appreciate when our community citizens come to speak to us, but also I appreciate parents and others who communicate with us via email, phone calls, to let us know what you're thinking, what you're facing, what you're dealing with, because we are liaisons for the community, and I take that very seriously, as I know my colleagues do as well, and we are all in this together, so I want to thank everyone for being invested in that, and I do thank the staff for your investment of time at these meetings. I know they're long and arduous at times, and not only at these meetings, but every day, the time and effort that you're putting in to make Suffolk Public Schools successful. I just want to acknowledge that tonight. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Board Member Riddick.
Well, I'm gonna try to put my 200 pages out of the show. You know, I'm kind of long-winded, so I'm gonna try my best to condense my dissertation tonight. First and foremost, I want to thank the citizens of the historic Suffolk Borough for always supporting. I mean, we are very tight-knit, we're engaged. They know that I'm a reachable representative. Whether we understand and agree with each other all the times, they do know that I'm gonna do my due diligence to investigate whatever needs to be investigated, and I'm gonna shoot straight from the hip with you. I'm not going to dance with words. And I believe they like that quality about me, and I like the fact that they can come to talk to me about anything. I do want to take my hat off to Dr. Gordon, Dr. Branch, and everyone who had a hand in the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. I am super excited about the opportunity. I hope that when I go see the school, I can see all the little students and hint, hint, once again, in their lab coats as they're walking around in the white coats and, you know, make it a whole memorable experience. It's remarkable because one of my heroes, or sheroes to be correct, Miss Patricia Montgomery, was very, very impactful in my life. And I'm trying not to get emotional up here, but that was one of her biggest dreams, to take science and run with it at Booker T at her school for the students she served. And Dr. Gordon and you and your staff didn't know that, but I'm glad to see it happen at Booker T. Washington first. I do have a couple of questions that I would kind of, want us to follow up. Our joint meeting that we had last night was a very fruitful meeting that took place. I was remiss. I did want to make one comment. We did have an opportunity to ensure a nice indoor pool was being put in Suffolk with the funding from the states, thanks to Delegate Jenkins at the time for making sure that was happening. Unfortunately, it didn't make it past locally for whatever reason, but we really had an opportunity to make that happen. I do want to ask this board to direct the superintendent to reach out to RRM&M to see what, and I already told them about it, so don't nobody get in their feelings, talk to RRM&M to see how much would it cost to add it to the construction that's already going on at John F. Kennedy, or to add it to the construction that will soon be happening at the new Elephants Fork Elementary School. I think this is a win-win for our city. Despite what location it is in, I feel both schools are somewhat centrally located. I just want us to move forward with that. The other thing I would like for is a follow-up. A couple of meetings back, I asked the superintendent and staff to explore the option of utilizing an untapped workforce, which is SPS students who are of age, to operate in capacity of bus aides. I know we often celebrate Mr. Whitfield, but if you talk to him about his story, when he was in high school, for the school. So this is an untapped workforce that's already going to school anyway. Let's see if we can utilize that to alleviate some of our vacancies. I want to also say thank you to the Special Education Department for that very detailed presentation. I'm super excited to see what is going to come from our Special Ed Department. I really look forward to whatever I can do as an individual board member to help propel all of our students forward in the right direction, especially our students with disabilities. Thank you so much, and I'm under time. Appreciate you.
Good job, Mr. Riddick. Thank you. Board Member Brittingham, go.
Thank you. I just want to thank the board members and citizens, the teachers and parents for joining us again tonight for our monthly meeting. I appreciate the opportunity for the robust conversation and discussions that we had here tonight, particularly the one concerning the deep dive audit that we've been discussing. And I look forward to continuing that discussion in the next month as we investigate further what we can do to get this RFP in process. And so I'm hoping that at our next month's meeting that we will be able to start moving forward with that. Congratulations again to Dr. Skinner for his CTE local plan and its budget. I see a lot of great things in that program, and I'm really excited to see the funding for this coming year. So I want to thank him for his continued commitment to the excellence in our CTE program, because this program continues to invest in the students. It helps to equip them with certifications that help prepare, that launch them into their adulthood, into the workforce, into a workforce that is definitely ready to receive them and help them grow with the skill sets that they bring. So I'm totally excited to know that we are moving forward with that program. Additionally, I want to thank you for the active engagement and discussion. We had a lot of things that we talked about tonight. A lot of things that were difficult discussions, but good and fruitful discussions. I would agree with Board Member Slingloff. And so I pray that the teachers and students and staff will have a safe and blessed spring break and a very blessed Resurrection Day, and that God will bless you all, and that God will continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Fields.
Okay, I'm still excited about having the budget approved. That was a really good experience to go through. I think that was my first budget approval process. And from my perspective, it went pretty smoothly after a while. The other thing that I'm looking forward to is I'd like to thank Dr. Gordon and his financial staff for everything that they're doing to safeguard the funds of Suffolk Public Schools. I think that we are going to have some rocky roads ahead of us because of the issues like that letter that has come up and because of the Department of Education being reformulated. And I feel very confident that you guys will be on top of that and will get us through that. I'm looking forward to spring break coming up, and I hope that you all have a really good spring break. Be safe, and we'll get started again after spring break.
Thank you, Board Member Fields. Board Member Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, as always, I just want to thank Dr. Gordon and your staff. You all are amazing. You do a great job. And you don't ever say you know it all, you can do it all, but you do a great job. And whatever you have concerns about, you seek direction and you do it well. So I appreciate all of you, everyone that's here and the ones that's probably watching. Thank you so much for what you do. I just want to thank everyone who took the time to come out this morning at Colonel Fred Cherry. We did the second part of honoring Dr. Judith Brooks Buck and Mrs. Barham, where we had the Senator Lucas and Delegate Nadarius Clark, and they did proclamations. So their work that they have done over all these years in public education and for Suffolk Public Schools will forever be in the Virginia, in the House of Virginia Delegates and the Senate. And so the history is going to be there. 200 years from now, people can go to Richmond and they can pull up their names, and people will know what they did here in the city of Suffolk. And Dr. Buck has done education all over, everywhere, out of the country, everywhere. So thank you all for coming. It was a great celebration. We had over 50, 60 people there, and they felt the love. And I believe that we should show people we love them and appreciate them while they can hear it and they can feel it, and not wait until they're stretched out in front of us. We need to learn to show more love and care towards people across the board. So I hope that that becomes contagious in your life. And I want to thank, I went to Booker T Elementary School, I think it was last Friday or Friday before last. They had the Battle of the Books, and this was a program that students from all the elementaries schools, they read books, and then they were all on, groups were all on stage, and it was a contest where they asked questions and which team got the questions right. And it was like a contest. It was packed in there, I mean packed. And so I encourage you to find out when it is again, and that you all come and support our elementary students. And I also visited Nansemond River the other night. I saw all these cars, so I decided to stop. And I froze out there at the soccer game, but it was a really nice game. And again, come out and encourage our students at whatever capacity they're doing. It's more than just sitting up here. Now twice a month, we need to go out and be engaged with our students, and our parents can see us in a whole nother capacity. So that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, have a blessed holiday, be safe, good night.
Board Vice Chair McGee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, want to start off, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for your team and all the presentations. Thank you, board members, for great conversation tonight. Dr. Gordon, I just want to continue to advocate for the school attendance liaison positions. I received new information today that's concerning, where I think we can absorb the cost of those positions. The information I'm being provided, I've spoke with other board members who are senior to me. I believe it's a benefit to continue to have these positions in our school. I'm going to share the information that I received, and I just, you're going to continue to hear it from me. I think we need to do better to absorb these and not lose these positions. Next thing, shout out to all the assistant principals. It's your appreciation week. Thank you for all you do. I also want to congratulate this year's citywide award winners, Assistant Principal Ms. Pereira, Mr. Kubanak, Principals of the Year, Ms. Bynum, Dr. Foster, Support Staff of the Year, Mr. Thomas, Rookie Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Bazemore. Keep excelling. You're making a real impact, and we are grateful for your dedication. Real fast, I just want to speak from my heart. Let me say this clearly. I fully support the dedicated staff and administration of Suffolk Public Schools. I see and appreciate how hard our educators, support team, and leaders work each day to serve our students and families. There is so much to be proud of in this division. But leadership also means stepping back during difficult moments and asking, could we have done better? I believe in transparency and extreme ownership, acknowledging both our successes and our shortcomings. When situations arise that deeply affect our students, families, or the trust of our system, we owe it to the community to respond with honesty and clarity. This isn't about pointing fingers. It's about modeling the kind of accountability we expect from our students. My background is different than many of yours. Military and law enforcement, not education. That doesn't make me any better, but it does shape how I lead. In those roles, accountability was never optional. Clear communication was critical, and I believe that mindset is something I bring to this board, a drive to raise the standard and strengthen the trust between leadership and our community. It's human nature to explain away failures, to blame circumstances or others instead of taking full responsibility and ownership. But real growth only happens when we accept total responsibility. That kind of leadership takes humility, courage, and a deep commitment to improving. For me, this is personal. I have 5 children attending Suffolk Public Schools. My wife, she teaches in one of our schools. The decisions we make as a board affect not just our city, but my own family. That's why I'm so deeply invested in getting it right. At times, my tone might come off or come across as direct, and that's intentional. Some situations demand tough conversations and high standards. When I first met with Dr. Gordon after winning my seat, I told him one of the things that bothers me most is the narrative in our community that when major problems arise, there's silence, no response from the school board or the superintendent. I said then, and I believe now, that has to change. I was elected in part because people are tired of silence. They want truth, they want action. They want leaders who aren't afraid to speak up when it matters most. I will always speak up when I believe we've missed the mark, not to criticize, but because I believe in the school system's potential. I know we can do better. The trust of our families is built on truth, and my commitment will always be to stand with that truth, even when it's hard. That's what I promised when I asked for your vote. That's what I will continue to do in this seat. All right, real quick, lastly, I will not be here at the next school board meeting. I will be out of town for work. I will be at Offutt Air Force Base, home of the United States Strategic Command, but I will be joining you guys via video. So have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair McGee. Briefly, I just want to remind our community, our next 3 meetings will be at Kings Fork Middle School because we will be recognizing our honor graduates for each of our 3 high schools. So if you show up here, the first meeting in May, we will not be here. Please join us for the next 3 meetings, April 24th, May 8th, and May 22nd, and show your support of our hardworking students. Finally, I just want to offer a public thank you to Attorney Waller. I feel like I have been in his ear since January 7th, and he has probably earned his full salary in just the past 3 months working with me. So I just publicly want to thank him for his support because there was a lot I didn't know that I'm responsible for facilitating meetings and mediating things up here. So thank you, Attorney Waller. Direct your attention to the info items at the end of the agenda. The rest of you enjoy your spring break in less than 24 hours. Good night.